Americans have already voted early.
I'm asking you to dream big again, and this will be America's new golden age. We're going to have a golden age.
Former President Trump campaigning in Georgia, saying he's the opposite of a Nazi, like Democrats have called him. Vice President Harris says he's a fascist.
Kamala is running a campaign of demonization and hate. She really does. She's a hater.
Today, the former president will rally in another battleground state, Pennsylvania. Harris will be in Washington, D.C., speaking at the Ellipse, the scene of the Trump speech January 6, 2021, just before the Capitol riot. This the day after the vice president rallied in another toss-up state, Michigan, with their running mate Tim Walz.
Kamala and I are offering a new way forward, where we lower costs for working-class people and middle-class folks. And everyone gets an opportunity to get ahead, not just get by.
Vowing to protect reproductive rights, reduce housing costs, and cut taxes for small businesses.
I have a plan to support our seniors so they can grow older with dignity and so their families are not overwhelmed by the cost of home health care.
The vice president also responding to folks protesting the war in Gaza, pledging to do everything in her power, if elected, to end it.
That's Fox's Kristen Goodwin. There is more death and destruction in that war today. An Israeli strike hit a 5-story building where displaced Palestinians are sheltering. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says at least 60 people were killed. Israel has said it targets militants hiding with civilians. Russia hit Ukraine's 2 biggest cities with drones and missiles overnight, killing 4 people, as the U.S. confirms that North Korea has sent 10,000 troops to Russia.
We are increasingly concerned that Russia intends to use these soldiers in combat or to support combat operations against Ukrainian forces in Kursk near the border with Ukraine.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller, North Korea's top diplomat, is visiting Russia today. America's listening to Fox News.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug, Rhino, and Front Office Los, along with Board Up, Captain Goey Virgin River. He's got wild hair, don't care this morning. And we are glad that you're here with us. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across all the social media platforms. Morning, Rhino. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm quite excited about the momentum I think Donald Trump continues to have. Yeah. So that's always nice. And I woke up, so that's always a good thing.
Anytime you have the opportunity at the next day, because you're not promised the next day, for sure. I like that, dude. That's glass half full if I've ever heard it.
Yeah.
Front Office Los, what is up with you, Palsy?
Considering that you always talk about Tuesday being the armpit of the week, I'm right there with Rhino. If you got up today, you've already won.
That's right, man.
That's a W.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that won't wake up today.
Oh, no.
Well, that's the truth. And we did. We're part of the Lucky Winners Club.
I always manage it by saying that if you made Christmas, you've done well.
Yeah.
All right, I joked around about it last week when Kimber started counting off how many Christmases he had left.
Gosh, I know.
So let's get another one in here. Yeah, thank you. I'm thankful for another Tuesday.
Thank you, Jesus. Absolutely right. So funny. Y'all can stop yelling and complaining and hollering at me.
Yeah.
Because I went and voted yesterday.
Yeah. All right, finally.
Back off.
Yeah, well,
I kid.
We had to put some pressure on you.
I know, you did. I knew I wouldn't miss it. I wasn't like I was going to miss it, but it was about 30 minutes when I could have gone the day before, and it been 6. See, that's me being just a big old, dummy. My wife is the smartest person I know, without a doubt, and my best friend. And I always, anytime that I go, like push back. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this today. I'm not doing that. And she's always so courteous and kind. She's like, okay, whatever you want to do.
Then you show her your hand.
Exactly. That's right. And she winces or whatever. And I kid. No, but she was like, okay, well, I'm going to go get it done. And I'm like, great. I got too much to do right now. And then at the end of the evening, I was like, you're exactly right. I should have gone. And she's exactly right. It would have saved me, 25 minutes had I just done it, on Sunday. But nonetheless, got it over with. It's very antiseptic at the Alpharetta Library where we go and vote or early vote. It almost feels like being in the military. It's very militant, and I don't know. You just have people barking orders and saying things, and like this one lady came through the line even before we were up to the point where you check in, and that you give them your ID, they scan it, and they kick out the little green card, and you vote with the arrow up, all that. Before you even get there, a woman comes through the line. She was like, I'm going to need everyone to put away their phones. It is a felony, a federal offense to have your phone out in a polling place. And I'm like, what? Is that real? I mean, you can't argue, right? Because you argue, then you cause a scene, and then you get kicked out of line, and it's bad. But
did you ponder that?
Yes.
Thinking to yourself, I'm gonna bring my phone out.
I did. I almost didn't even pay her any attention. But I try to be respectful as much as I can. I don't know.
You wanted to watch the Dominion voting machine flip your vote too?
Yes. I wanted to be able to. I wanted to be able to film it. That's exactly right. But did y'all run into any of that?
No.
Nobody said it's a federal offense to have your phone out in line and all that?
No, you can have your phone out in line. You cannot have your phone out once you get into the polling center. So it depends on, where the line is being held, but most lines are outside the doors that enter into...
Exactly right, Rhino.
That is not against the law to look at your phones, to, I think it might be rude to use your phone loudly, but that's just,
nobody was using it loudly.
Right.
I mean, it was just kind of reading.
But even that's not against the law, even if you're being obnoxious and being like, I'm here to vote. What? Hey, what are you doing, bro?
And nobody was even on the phone, though. Like talking on the phone. Everybody was just kind of, how you stand when you got nothing going on. You just browse social media, read an article, whatever it is. That's all that was going on.
All that we had happen over at our polling place was just that because of the amount of people that showed up, notably elderly people, we were letting, depending on where you were in line, let these people go out up in front and let them jump in so that they could get some special assistance and everything else. Outside of that was about the only thing that was being advocated for within our polling center.
Yeah. Anyway, well, I just thought it just stood out to me. I thought it was dumb. And I don't know. Like I said, it feels very military-like. That's the only thing I can compare it to, because you don't have any recourse. You have zero recourse about anything. You have to just go along with it and agree and salute and move on. And
did you think they were going to rub your shoulders after?
Well, no, but I don't want to yell at saying I'm breaking federal law while I'm standing there looking at my phone. I mean, it's just,
ridiculous.
and people barking orders and the people at the poll, the people that were running the polling where you check in, like. It felt like they were annoyed by my presence. I don't know. It just wasn't. It wasn't a horrible experience at all. It was just relatively quick in and out. But there's just a bunch of little things. Maybe I was just irritated because I'm afraid my vote's not going to count. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's I think you have the right to get on your phone, research everything before you go in and make a vote. You have no problem doing that. You cannot campaign in front of it, but that's not looking at your phone. That has nothing to do with campaigning. You can't wear certain hats or shirts unless you're Democrat. And
then it's
Nick
allowed.
Kima Williams here, and you can do that and get in front of a polling center and try to make your case. So, but otherwise, if you're a Republican, yes, you cannot wear a red hat because all of a sudden that means evil. So there you go.
Red equals evil. I'll tell you, I was, because my youngins over at the College of Charleston, I keep up with the things that are going on there, and I do a country show over there too, so I have to keep up with the things that are happening in Charleston. And I ran across this on social media, and it's the Charleston City Paper. And I wasn't familiar with it. It's just some random account that I followed just to be able to keep up with what's happening in that city that my son resides.
It sounds very generic, by the way.
It does.
The Charleston City Paper.
Yeah, but then if you think about that, once I tell you the story that they wrote, you start looking at the initials of the newspaper, the Charleston C, the City C, paper P, the Charleston City Paper. I was like, how about that? And then they go on to tell me that in any normal election, Kamala Harris would win in a landslide. And in this case, strangely enough, y'all, I agree with them. This isn't a normal election. This is an election about change. People are sick of the direction of the country. They would prefer to have some sanity back. And all that normalization, getting back to normal with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was just a ruse. It wasn't that at all. I think Trump is the change candidate, and I think most people are seeing that as well. And he's bringing the agents of change with him. People like RFK, people like Tulsi Gabbard, people like Elon Musk.
Yeah, this is the party of diversity as far as I'm concerned. You see so many other people from different walks of life coming together to say, hey, we want to take America back. We want America to be what we came here for if they're legal immigrants, not illegal, and if they are people who care about this country and want a democracy/republic, more of a republic than a democracy, obviously. But, if they're going to use the word, we can use the word as well. But that's what people want now. They want to go back to where they know they can be free, they can say what they want, and they can have their own choices.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. The goal is always going to be, all right, give me a scenario where I can execute, my own freedom and feel very comfortable doing it. And then once that occurs, well, then I feel pretty good about where things are. I guess in summation for, what you were dealing with, Tug, it's like, at no point did you ever think to yourself, Kamala Harris, she's the one who makes the most sense. So that's why I'm going through all of this stuff that I'm having to deal with.
Right, and that's exactly what they say. She's the common sense candidate. And I couldn't believe what I was reading. I was like, are you kidding me? At least 50% of the country does not agree with your assessment. They say Harris is fighting for popular common sense solutions in one issue after another. And I was like, well, point to one. Point to the first one so I can know.
Please.
Exactly.
Is this calling her the common sense candidate, like calling Little John, even though he's like 8 foot tall?
Maybe. I guess
like,
that's,
it's parody because there's no common sense whatsoever.
Okay.
There's how is there a common sense when you don't have an issue and you cannot describe, if you're a voter, what you're voting for? That's the weird part about what's going on, is that they have this entire cult of people who keep showing up for concert after concert after concert and then leave with no message how this country is going to return to what it should be, which is this amazing republic.
Yeah. Protecting reproductive freedom, they lead with that. Of course, got to get the abortion argument in there because that's the only one they have. They say she's going to be cutting middle-class taxes. I've not heard any policy that would represent that. Yeah, exactly. It's a great question. They don't address it.
No.
Of course. Prosecuting felons, in parentheses, like Trump.
Okay.
Wait.
Finally.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So politically motivated prosecutions is what she's saying. Political opponents.
Yes.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
gotcha.
there you go. And because I would contend that our southern border is being breached daily and nobody's being prosecuted. Nobody's being deported. You're not even prosecuting the laws that affect everyday Americans.
Hold on. Even if you are taken into custody for doing something like, I don't know, attacking a police center, or, I don't know, maybe raping or killing a American citizen, you're let go and then told you can go to California, like they did with the New York illegals that attacked police officers and said, get out of here, go somewhere else. That's not prosecuting.
I would think that that local newspaper, by the time that they get to, all right, this is the candidate that makes the most sense, she's the change candidate, you're also ignoring the fact that she's been in power for 3.5 years already.
Conveniently.
Conveniently, you're ignoring this. And so you're basically taking it into account and saying, this is the one we've been waiting for. But you already had her.
Yeah, right. You're exactly right, dude. And then it kind of reminds me of this whole Bezos thing. Have y'all been reading about this? Or Bezos is talking about how we're gonna move the Washington Post back to more of a neutral newspaper. And when I see that, I'm like, well, I mean, why now? Like, because you're an avowed leftist. We know you are. Like, who are you trying to convince? Because you're pissing off the people that actually pay for your rag. And then the people on the other side, the ones that you're trying to, I guess, embrace, nobody's buying that. We know who you are. We know what you stand for. We don't believe any of this nonsense that you're putting out. It's like dangling the carrot, Rhino. Here, look, I'm good. I'm nice. I'm one of you.
Yeah, this is a election year kind of strategy for Jeff Bezos because he knows that Donald Trump is going to win this election in a landslide. That's what it seems like to me. And he's afraid that the biasness that they've shown over the past, 10 years.
Oh, my gosh, longer than that.
Yeah. I mean,
you're probably 50. I mean, really?
Well, I only think, what did he buy it in 2013?
Well, yeah,
so I'm only going based on how long he's owned it.
Right. Okay.
So what he's trying to do right now is, hey, I've been really bad about trying to influence elections left and right, so now I'm going to go ahead and just kind of keep myself safe because I realize that they're going to come after me and every other media outlet that has put out false information and continues to give misinformation. I think he's just trying to calm it all down. He realizes that they've been part of the reason why this country is so divided.
Well, remember, this is a newspaper that gave us democracy dies in darkness. You know, when you had Donald Trump initially getting into office, that was their selling point, that they were going to be that beacon of freedom. They were going to be the one to tell you how it is and to hold the strong accountable. That's what they were going to do. I really hope that all these reports that we have of Jeff Bezos basically telling them, we can play this game of strictly liberalism, and it's not working. And so this is why we're going to do it. Remember, I brought this up on Twitter. Washington Post ended up posting $100 million in revenue losses last year. Just as a business, it's not working. So it's like, what do you do? How do you change? The change ends up being we have to find a way to find a new center. And so that way that those Democrats out there who have been interested in reading our material on a regular basis, they now are able to read it and don't feel like they're getting preached at from a very far left end.
Okay, here's what, because he wrote the op-ed that the Post publishes. While I do not and will not push my personal interests, I will not also allow this paper to stay on autopilot and fade into irrelevance, overtaken by unresearched podcasts and social media barbs, not without a fight. It's too important. The stakes are too high. Now, more than ever, the world needs a credible, trusted, independent voice where better for the voice to originate from the capital city of the most important country in the world. And he goes on to talk about, the importance of being non-biased. I hope that he's being legitimate. I hope that he's being real. That this is going to be the new path forward. Mm-hmm. But you got a lot of proving to do.
Yeah.
Because my natural inclination when it comes to the elite, the media, government, is to not trust. So you're going to have to move mountains before I trust you.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Jeff Bezos, I'm thinking he's really a Republican or he is moving towards a conservative idea, knowing that his business would have a hard time struggling under a Kamala Harris, presidency. He sells more products than anyone else when it comes to Whole Foods and others. And you want to talk about...
It's a bigger play, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Sense.
When you talk about if you're going to be attacked on price gouging when it comes to a grocery store, you don't think the Whole Foods is going to be one of those victims of what they're trying to do. So I think part of this is his realization that this idea of socialism, this idea of price control, this idea of taxing corporations and trying to destroy and make them out to be the bad guys, I think a lot of corporations and CEOs right now are looking back and saying, hold on one second. We were all for giving you this message and playing your game with your ideologies about, we got to put up trans shirts on Amazon and this, that, and the other, and this shouldn't say man and this shouldn't say woman. We've played your game, and now you're coming after us? No, enough's enough.
Maybe so. That makes the most sense so far of everything that I've seen about his his newfound independence, I guess.
I mean, look at Target, look at Bud Light, look at all these companies that bent to that woke knee and now are in deep trouble because of it.
But that's who he is. That's the only thing that I can't.
But so is Elon.
Yeah, sure.
So was Elon for a long time.
Yeah. Maybe we're starting to see the light, maybe so. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Los. Commissioner of Insurance for the state of Georgia, John King, joins us next. And we're glad that you're here. 404-741-1230. The Georgia Republican Party brings you the 6 o'clock hour, helping you get your day started in the right direction. Volunteer, donate, and keep up with the latest news at gagop.org. gagop.org.
Extra 106.3's live commercial-free election night broadcast will be appointment listening on Tuesday the 5th. But you'll also be able to stream the video live on YouTube. Be here for the best election night conversation in Atlanta with live results and analysis from the conservative voices you know and trust.
This is the ballgame. This is for all the marble. This is like,
this is for the country. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and stream election night coverage across Atlanta.
To understand what makes Diamonds Direct so different than other jewelry stores, you have to go back 60 years, when a diamond cutter became well known for his exceptional craftsmanship. His diamond cutting business flourished for decades. Then his sons got involved and started selling these exceptional diamonds to upscale jewelry stores here in America. After a few years, these wholesalers decided to change the game and started selling these precious diamonds direct to the public at the same prices they had sold to the jewelry stores. The no middleman concept became an instant success, and Diamonds Direct was born. Today, Diamonds Direct provides that extraordinary value to people all over America, leading the industry with the highest quality diamonds that still come straight from the best cutters, offered at the guaranteed best prices, period. Diamonds Direct, a truly revolutionary concept with a unique history, rooted in quality, committed to excellence, and always focused on value. Proud to call ATL home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Hey, it's Mike with Atlanta Painting Company. And this fall, we invite you to transform your home. Our expert team brings color to life with top quality paints and flawless finishes, and leading the industry with our color consultants. Whether it's a fresh coat of paint for one room or an entire exterior makeover, the Atlanta Painting Company has you covered. So, trust the local pros for reliable, professional service when you need to revive your home or business. Find us at atlantapaintingcompany.com or call us at 1-800-PAINTING. That's atlantapaintingcompany.com. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, the Marketing Mad Men. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Mad Men every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth. If they're going to make your life miserable, we all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans Automatic, 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. 404-263-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. At A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. We handle bonds from local to federal for any jail in any city. And in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, October 29th. President Donald Trump made 2 campaign stops in Atlanta yesterday as he vies for the White House on November 5th. The former president's first stop was at a faith summit in Powder Springs, where he spoke with thousands of clergy members. He capped off the evening at Georgia Tech, where he spoke in front of thousands of supporters and curious students. Defense attorneys in the YSL RICO trial say they are in negotiations with Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis for plea deals in the nearly year-long trial. Judge Paige Reese Whitaker is still deciding on a possible mistrial, while the DA's office mulls over counteroffers on plea deals. Attorneys say discussions of plea deals are being held privately and did not offer any details. The jury was dismissed and expected to return to court this morning. The DA's office declined to comment on the plea negotiations. And in sports, Freddie Freeman set a record by homering in 5 straight World Series games, including a 2-run homer last night to give the Dodgers a 3-0 series lead in the World Series. The Dodgers went on to beat the Yankees 4-2 last night, setting up an elimination game tonight at 8:08 in New York. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Extra 106.3.
The Morning Xtra, Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's. We welcome John King, Georgia's insurance commissioner, to the show. John, how are you, sir?
I am doing well. How about you?
Very well. We appreciate you taking the time for us. I was on your website, votejohnking.com, and you talk about being a retired Major General. Thank you for your service, sir. A retired and former police chief, and the first Hispanic elected to statewide office in Georgia. How do you see Hispanic voters and black voters shaping up for Georgia? Because we are seeing an incredible shift toward Donald Trump and toward Republicans, and you're seeing the Kamala Harris campaign melt down over this very thing.
I think the message has been clear. It hasn't been pandering. Hispanics are very tired of being pandered, and I am assuming also that black voters have also been tired of the promises that have never been acknowledged or taken for granted. I mean, those voters have been absolutely taken for granted, and think, especially Hispanics, we come from countries where politics is, the lies and the deception is quite outstanding, and I think the Democrats are catching up to Latin American politicians. And so the message is clear. Mr. Trump has been very clear. It's about the opportunity for the American dream to be realized, and I think that message is resounding. People want to raise their families with the products of their own labor. They don't want handouts from the government.
John King joining us here on the Morning Extra. He's our insurance and safety fire commissioner here in the state of Georgia, and we had Helene come through. Brian Kemp's done a great job being in the areas that we've needed him to be in, and Donald Trump has come down and helped a lot too. Talk about the response from Donald Trump and Brian Kemp and why it's important to have state leaders like that, and of course a federal leader in Donald Trump helping bring relief to people.
It's been incredible. First of all, President Trump has been to Georgia several times. He's getting ready to come back today. And we're very excited the fact that he continues coming to the state because there's an incredible need. He actually was able to raise $5 million from donors to bring directly to people in need. And I'm just thoroughly impressed. He didn't just come in to get the photo op. He came to talk to people in need, to look them in the eye and said, "You're not alone." And he is backed, everything that we've done. Governor Brian Kemp has been outstanding. He's given clear guidance. He's unified all the parts of the state government and gone to these communities and spend time after time, come and visit the smallest communities to the largest communities. And again, reinforce that message. You're not alone. And Georgians are incredibly resilient. And, and they're not looking at the government for every solution for all the problems. But when something like this happens, we all have to roll our sleeves up and stay there to the very end.
Georgia Commissioner of Insurance John King is our guest on the Morning Extra. And I want to ask you and follow up on that, sir, because for those in South Georgia who've been affected by these storms, it really is a double-edged sword because you're looking for help from your insurance company, and typically that's when the scammers come in. How challenging has that been to let people know in South Georgia, hey, be careful who you're working with here, and let's make sure we're getting the money that you're owed, but let's be careful?
Thank you for bringing that up, because this is something that affects us after every storm. And our team deploys. Many of our employees are in those local communities. And our team deploys and is out there working with local law enforcement, working with the district attorney's office, and going into the areas. First of all, we've established several claims villages where we bring insurance companies to the affected areas to make it easy for people to start their claims. Then we go into those areas that have been affected and going and looking for those scammers and urging people, don't sign any contracts unless you absolutely know who you're dealing with and you have spoken to your insurance company. Only do those necessary repairs to keep any further damage from occurring. But don't. And I know this is contrary to Americans. We see damage, we see a mess. We want to start cleaning up right away. And I'm urging people, just be a little patient. Only do the necessary repairs to keep, any further damage, but talk to your insurance company. And if that insurance company doesn't respond, call our agency immediately. That's our job. We are the advocate for the consumer.
John King, Insurance Commissioner here in the state of Georgia, on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los. John, the one thing that I've not seen in the state of Georgia that I have seen out of the federal government is failure. The FEMA response to this the disaster that was Helene, and you're seeing it from North Carolina to Georgia and all states all around. And I'm not seeing these failures with the state of Georgia. Why is it that our state can get it right and FEMA, with all their resources, just can't?
Well, first of all, the clear guidance. First of all, Governor Kemp, started the emergency declaration before the storm arrived. That gives clear guidance to all the departments to start mobilizing. And we rehearse our actions before the storms. We work very well inside the Georgia Emergency Management System. We all have portions of that task. And first of all, we're serving our citizens of our state. We cannot afford to fail them. That's why we run for office, because we're accountable. And second of all, FEMA, they have a role in this. But what I've been very disappointing is that the promises that made to local communities, telling them that they're going to be 100% reimbursed, knowing that they don't have the money in those accounts because they've spent much of that money already on doing the migrant camps. And so you're promising, communities, and these communities are making contracts. They're making recovery, decisions with the promise that the federal government is going to give them 100% reimbursement. There's communities in Georgia that are still waiting for reimbursement from last year's storms. And so what I urge, communities, only count the money that you have in your hand. Only count on the support, on the clear support that the state is giving you, because we're committed to that. We can't hide. We can't go back to Washington. We're here for the duration.
Commissioner, there are a lot of emergencies that do happen. Donald Trump's been talking a lot about the EV mandate that the Harris administration has tried to put forward. We're dealing with the SNK battery plant, that there was a fire at one of the dumps. These have become a big problem with fires. We see them in New York. We see them in other cities with some of these EV bikes. How dangerous is it to move so fast into this arena of electric vehicles without doing the research on how they can affect us and our firefighters that are having to risk their lives to put out these fires?
we're working very closely with the incredible talented firefighters across the state of Georgia. We're also working very closely with the national standards on what is the best techniques. Before we lean too forward and start announcing, a state standard, we're pressing the national, scientific community. What is the best way to put out these fires? Because we have to equip, we have to train our local firefighters. EVs are an incredibly promising technology, but there's a lot of other technologies out there, hydrogen, all these things. And I think that's where I'm a little concerned that the federal government is basically tilted a lot of their support on EVs in giving a disadvantage to other technologies that might be out there being developed. That's where the government has to be. I'm always concerned about the government, tipping their scale, their finger on the scales of not only development, and I think we ought to be a little cautious on it. Still feel that there's a promising opportunity, but we're not quite there yet.
Georgia Commissioner of Insurance John King is our guest on the Morning Extra. And sir, I will tell you, I've dealt with insurance companies in the past. I'm not a fan. So I will just tell you that when it comes to loopholes.
Come on, don't worry. I'm not a fan either.
But that's the deal. It's like, how many of those times where it's almost as if these companies will create new loopholes within the law and then be able to get around things? How aggressive do you and your staff have to be at noticing what are the newest trends and then taking care of it? Take care of the consumer?
We're incredibly, aggressive. We have held the insurance companies accountable and fined them. We've made them correct some of their strategies. And there was a recent company that decided that they were not going to renew your insurance if you had roofs that were a certain age. Well, that's contrary to state law. And we told them they had 24 hours to change that, or we were going to launch an investigation. And it found to be accurate, we were going to fine them millions and millions of dollars. So my mandate is clear. I am elected by the citizens of the great state of Georgia to be their advocate. And so I don't work for insurance companies. And I think a lot of these insurance companies know that because I've held them accountable.
We're talking to John King. He's Georgia's insurance commissioner. I think when insurance companies are with their back against the wall, that's the only time they respond. But so many times government gets heavy-handed. How do you balance that? Because we want Georgia to be a great place for business, but we want some accountability at the same time. How do you balance that out, sir?
I know primarily I am the advocate for the consumer, but I can't wreck the industry in the process, because if I, like you say, if I play a very heavy-handed approach with these companies will leave the state. And that's how, that's when, and they've left other states, they've overdone it. There's some very progressive states that have not worked with insurance carriers. We have a mutual respect. They know that I'm going to enforce the rules, but I also want them to come and stay in the state of Georgia and offer quality products that drives the cost of insurance lower. And so ultimately is that very careful balance, and I'm always reminded that more companies operating in our state is better for our consumers. So I have a very careful balance, and I have an incredible team that makes sure that we keep a balanced approach. And I go out in the community. I listen to consumers. I listen to the insurance companies. I'm not, I'm very approachable, and our team is as well.
Commissioner, I know that you've been to some of these Trump rallies. I've been to some of them where you've attended as well. And last night at Madison Square Garden, I think, was one of the biggest rallies and biggest coming togethers of so many different people, a very diverse crowd. Have you seen this as well? I mean, I saw at Georgia State, it was a more diverse crowd, even in Duluth, more diverse crowd. Do you think a lot more people are coming over to the Hispanic groups, the black groups? I mean, why is this movement moving so quick?
First of all, it's a positive movement. It's a movement of hope. The music, the energy. I mean, you go to these rallies and people are happy. They're welcoming. And so there's a level of curiosity. I've noticed this in a lot of Hispanic attendees. They're like, they come to show up they're curious. They want to look and say, is this real? Is this, does this meet the hype? And they leave those events with a positive outlook, a system or, a message of hope that things are going to get better tomorrow. We don't hear that message from the opposition, from the Democrats. The Democrats are, it's negative, the end of the world. If you don't believe in us, you're racist, you're a fascist, all these things. That's not a message of hope. And so I'm proud of President Trump. He brings a lot of energy, in common sense. And that is what, I think you hear Governor Kemp, you hear myself, this is common sense. And there's hope for the future.
John King is our guest, the Georgia Commissioner of Insurance. And to follow up on that, the Suffolk USA Today poll last week had Donald Trump leading Hispanic Americans 49-38 when it came to his competition with Kamala Harris. And I think one of the areas that they've completely missed is that Hispanic people really enjoy community and enjoy family. And that is part of what they're being given when it comes to these Trump rallies and these organizations, rather than what the Democrats are offering, which is let's break everybody down into boxes and you are all in your own individual boxes. The idea of community, I think, is very much resonating with the Hispanic community here in this country.
Oh, it's also the idea that we want to honor your hard work and let you keep more of the money that you earn, not what the government is willing to give you a handout. There's a saying, in Mexico where I grew up, is anytime you get something from the government, you're giving up something. You're giving up a little bit of freedom. You're giving up a little bit of your soul in the process. And Donald Trump was saying, we want to honor you. You're welcome to work, to raise a family, to be secure in your community, to not be victimized. The disaster on the border, I tell you, these Venezuelan prison gang folks are coming into these communities. The first people who they are victimizing is Latinos. I mean, Latinos have been suffering under this immigration disaster that we've had, probably in greater numbers, probably many of them underreported, by the way.
John King is our guest. He's Georgia's insurance commissioner on the Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. They tell us Georgia's a swing state, Mr. King. I don't know that I believe it. How do you see this thing shaking out in the state of Georgia for Donald Trump?
I'm not buying that as well. I think Georgia is a red state. We have the urban and rural sometimes divide, and it's the fight for the suburbs and the fight for a positive future for our country and for our state. Luckily, we have strong Republican under the leadership of Brian Kemp, just kept this state out of the craziness that the rest of the country has been suffering under. But we have a positive outlook, and I think that Georgia's going to be red for a very long time.
We appreciate your time this morning, though, sir. Thank you so much for what you do for our fair state.
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you and your audience.
Yes, sir. God bless you. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Joe Biden goes after Elon's moolah. I guess it's because he didn't save 10% for the big guy. Talk about it next on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 brings you the biggest names from Georgia politics to the national stage.
Lara Trump joining us here on the Morning Extra.
Before he came down the escalator in 2015 in Trump Tower to announce he was running as a Republican, he was sort of the epitome of the American dream. He was what a lot of people strived to be like. But I think you're seeing a lot of people take a second look at Donald Trump because, look, the proof was in the pudding when he was in the White House. I don't care who you are, where you live, or what you do for work in this country. Everyone has seen the difference between their life with Donald Trump in the White House and their life right now. And I think people are desperate to get back to a time where they had more money in their pocket. And they know that Donald Trump was the person who brought them that.
Find the full interviews on the all-new Extra 106.3 app and stream Atlanta's conservative talk across Georgia.
We are 7 days away from the election. I don't know how many days we are away from Christmas. I mean, you probably look it up. I bet there's a countdown clock somewhere on the internet. But this holiday season, Southern Exteriors is doing something truly special with their Home for the Holidays roof giveaway. Until November 30th, you can nominate a deserving family in need of a brand new roof, just in time for the holidays. With so many families facing financial hardships, and everyday Americans facing those same hardships, and many of them don't have a reliable roof over their heads. They're using all kinds of having to catch water in buckets and just all these things that need to be repaired. And Southern Exterior wants to do that. They are committed to making a difference. It's more than just a roof. It's peace of mind and a place to make those cherished memories. So come together, everybody, and make a difference. If you know a family in need, a deserving family that needs a new roof, nominate them by visiting southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcasts. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
Being in an accident really bites. You need people around you that are going to make the whole process easier to deal with. I just described David Van Sant at Van Sant Law. He used to work for the insurance companies. What an advantage. He knows who to call, what to say, and they're not going to pull the wool over his eyes. Give him a call. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
As the year comes to a close, now is the perfect time to evaluate your estate plan to protect your hard-earned assets from the high tax rates. Nelson Elder Care Law is here to help you keep your assets secure for future generations. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid planning, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, we protect what matters most to you. Schedule a free legacy planning meeting today to discover how we can help families just like yours. Don't let the government decide how to spend your money. Contact us at 678-250-9355, 678-250-9355, or visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com. Nelson Elder Care Law, your partner in asset protection.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. With daily commentary you'll hear throughout the day. And he's on live with a Morning Extra every Tuesday morning at 7:30. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3. And catch all of Neil's commentary on the Extra app.
Spending millions of dollars on illegal immigrants at the taxpayers' cost and expense, that's okay. Sending billions of dollars to foreign countries to defend their borders while not defending our borders. That's okay, according to Joe Biden. But he calls Elon Musk's $1 million voter giveaway totally inappropriate.
Elon Musk is handing out checks to registered voters.
$1 million.
Do you think that's legal conduct? Do you think that's election interference?
I think it's totally inappropriate.
Totally inappropriate to do that. You can't be giving away $1 million, you private entity, to get people to sign up and vote and sign, paperwork saying that, yes, they will go vote and that this is important. And now paying tax, using tax dollars, y'all, to, pay off student debt that you didn't incur. That's okay. It's amazing to me the filter that Joe Biden must look through, because I don't understand it. It makes no sense to me. The only thing I can figure is that he's mad he didn't get 10%. The big guy is pissed that he didn't get his part of the money. That's the only thing that makes sense with his statement.
Yeah, they will do anything to try to interfere in any kind of election or shut down any kind of energizing another base. That's what this is about. They're afraid right now of what's already happening. They know they always had the advantage in Democrats registering over Republicans. Now that there's a way to have Republicans getting out there registering voters the way that everybody is, including Elon Musk, who is taking on Philadelphia and other areas where he's going in telling people to register, they don't like that they're taking the lead now, the Republicans.
And they're going to continue doing that. That's the thing. If you look at the numbers now, it's like night and day difference what it was in 2020, Republican to Democrat, as far as voter registration.
Yeah.
And that's because people are seeing those big checks like Happy Gilmore style showing up on Instagram, and people are like, "Well, shoot, maybe I'll be the next person they knock on the door." It's like Publishers Clearinghouse around here.
Well, it's nice to have our own version of Zuckerbucks.
Yeah,
remember that was 2020. This is our version of, and again, it's encouraging you to register to vote. Now, whether you decide to vote or not, okay, that's entirely up to you. But the more you register, there's always that possibility. And so, now you were seeing obviously in the state of Pennsylvania. Let's go after him because you're running an illegal lottery system. Okay, this is what the system does when they're not happy with what you're doing.
Yeah, they would have no problem with it if it were Zuckerberg right now. Just change out the names, change out the party, and it's Zuckerberg doing this exact same thing. There would not be a peep. No one would say a word, including the Republicans. Because we didn't say anything about Zuckerberg and Zuckerboxes until it was too late. That's the thing. We have to be on top of this stuff. And the fact that Elon Musk, private citizen, is using legal PAC money to do whatever he wants to with it to encourage people to get out and vote. And that's the thing, y'all. It's not even like he's saying, you got to vote Republican. He's not saying that. He's just saying get registered and go vote. That's it.
Yeah, it's a registration drive. That's what this is. It's not like when Democrats put $1 in an envelope and send it to you with a ballot. That's a completely different scenario and what they've been sued for many, many times. Democrats have used these kind of techniques time after time after time. When it comes to registering, giving away gas cards, that's fine. Nobody had a problem with that. Go ahead. If you're going to register, here you go. Here's a gas card. It happens in so many different scenarios. Stacey Abrams was the queen of that, going through Fair Fight and Act Blue to give money to people to do some work.
It's just reassuring that the richest man in the world, he's benefiting us now.
Yeah, no, it is. But George Soros, I would contend that he's influenced more elections than Elon Musk has or ever will.
Oh, very much so. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
The guy is physically paying the campaign fees and paying for the entire advertising budget of so many district attorneys around America, Letitia James being one of them. What is Letitia connected to? Oh, wait. Is it political prosecution? Wait, is that what it is? Yes. So Elon Musk is not funding any political prosecutions. He's merely saying, you need to get out and vote. And that's what he's doing. And the Democrats hate it. And then Joe Biden earlier in that cut, we didn't play it. He was talking about the election altogether, and he said, it's about integrity. And I thought, really? This is the guy that didn't know whose cocaine was found in the White House for the first time ever? You're talking about integrity, sir?
Yeah. We'll figure that out eventually.
Yeah, sure.
I think I might have an idea whose it is, but unfortunately she's running for president right now. I don't know. But you never know. They're never going to figure that out because you know what? It doesn't paint a good picture for what happened with cocaine in the White House. But we'll allow the FBI to go figure all this out.
Yeah, I don't know that they'll ever figure it out, Los. Intentionally. They know whose cocaine that is.
Yeah,
it's the most secure building in the world.
We're going to get this down the road. I think and hopefully everything as it plays out over the next 7 days, I hope it all works out in our favor, and then we're going to get all the tell-alls. And I believe part of that is going to be that we're going to look back on this era from January of 2021 moving forward and recognize that faculty lounge that was running things was a complete joke, and these people were in way over their heads, and it was it was largely a comedic group because Who brings cocaine to the White House?
We've never had the issue before. And I'm not saying that it's never happened, but we certainly never knew about it. It certainly never became front page fodder when you have a crackhead son in the White House. And then they struggle to figure out who it belonged to. That's just silly, man.
I just think to myself, if those reports that we had from several weeks ago were ever corroborated and they ever became true, then the fact that we were pointing over at Hunter Biden going, well, he's the crackhead, that makes the most sense. You had a multitude of crackheads.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You had
so.
some stuff going on in this place.
But one of them is like world renowned as a crackhead. You know what I'm saying?
He documented it all for us.
That's
and
right.
they told us it was election interference to point it out.
That's right. So, and it may have been someone else's, right? It could have been. I'm not saying that that's out of the question. But it's like, if you go into McDonald's and somebody's stolen a bunch of hamburgers, it's probably Hamburglar that did it. I'm just saying, Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Glad that you're here. The Georgia Republican Party brings you the 6 o'clock hour. Helping you get your day started in the right direction. Volunteer, donate, and keep up with the latest news at gagop.org. It's gagop.org. When we come back, some prominent Democrats are now rejecting the Trump is a fascist claim that their own party is running with. You'll find this fascinating. I can't wait to share it with you. After the Fox News update, more of the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's Flounder, and The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
You don't accidentally misplace money for Ukraine. You don't accidentally release billions to Iran right before they start funding wars. Trump is fighting against the people who have the ability to manipulate everything we see and hear. If you're still supporting Trump amidst one of the greatest indoctrinations in history, congratulations, you're smarter than they expected.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Its technology is not just intelligent, it's thoughtful. Its cabin is not only spacious, but sensuous and stylish. It's indulgent, yet versatile. Meet the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLC 300 SUV. With its electrified performance, it can energize you with every drive. Experience the 2025 GLC 300 SUV and lease one today for just $559 per month for 36 months with 4802 due signing exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models and visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through October 31st, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
The end of the year is closing in, and with it, another tax year comes to an end. As you prepare to file your taxes, consider the efficiency of your tax strategy. Have you maximized your IRA and Roth contributions? Do you have an RMD strategy in place? Are you making moves now to maximize your future tax-free income? Not only is the year-end fast approaching, but the 2017 tax cuts sunset at the end of 2025, placing many Americans in a higher tax bracket. Don't just report your taxes, plan for them. Contact Master Plan Retirement Consultants now to create a retirement plan specifically designed for you. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation where we can illustrate your retirement outlook and create a plan together for your future. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
It's fall, y'all. And no matter what your family has on the plate, Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. If you're headed to a game, then tailgate in style in the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds everything you need for the tailgate and keeps the most precious cargo, your family, safe. Maybe you're just taking a ride up to the mountains to see the leaves or driving to spend time with the family. Wherever you're headed this fall, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit. with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. And we're proud to offer you so much more than a car buying experience. At Subaru of Gwinnett, we extend that saving to our amazing and reliable service department, where you'll get unmatched service and specials you'll love during our fall service event. Visit us on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth and let us show you how our family can take care of your family. Or start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Hey, sandwich lovers. Today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
Just a week left. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and the presidential race keeps running through toss-up states.
Make no mistake, we will win. We will win.
Leading the crowd at the Harris rally in Michigan to chant, "We will win" with her, as the vice president says she's running.
Turn the page on the fear and divisiveness that have characterized our politics for a decade because of Donald Trump.
Today, Vice President Harris will go to the Ellipse in Washington, D.C., speaking where then-President Trump spoke on January 6, 2021, before his supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol. Former Trump advisor Steve Bannon just got out of prison this morning after serving about 4 months for refusing to cooperate with the Democrat-led House committee investigating that January 6th riot. Former President Trump pushing back against Democrats.
He's Hitler. And then they say he's a Nazi. I'm not a Nazi. I'm the opposite of a Nazi.
That was at a Trump rally in Georgia, blaming Harris again for record illegal immigration and crimes migrants have committed.
Anyone who would let monsters kidnap and kill our children does not belong anywhere near the Oval Office. No, you have to protect our children.
The former president will rally today in Pennsylvania after talking to reporters this morning at his Florida resort. More than 46 million Americans have already voted early across the country in person and by mail, and someone tried to burn ballots and did in 2 states.
Officials identifying a Volvo they believe to be a suspect vehicle connected to 3 incendiary devices being placed on ballot drop boxes in Portland, Oregon, and Vancouver, Washington State, 2 causing fires.
As Fox's Kristen Goodwin, hundreds of ballots were destroyed in Vancouver, only 3 in Portland. Israel has gone on the attack in Gaza again with a strike overnight that hit a 5-story building sheltering civilians. Palestinian officials say at least 60 people were killed. Israel has said it targets militants hiding in civilian areas. America's listening to Fox News.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Extra 106.3 and Fox are red. CNN and CBS are blue. If you want conservative news and talk, we have just the app for you. Search for the Extra app wherever you download apps.
Went to bed after the Dodgers went up 3-0 on the Yankees. Now the Dodgers lead the series 3-0. The Yankees got to get a win tonight or it's over. I think it's easy to say here that Freddie Freeman's going to be the MVP of the World Series. Dude is lighting it up. Unbelievable. He comes out, and it was last night, and my wife, who's a Yankees fan, we're sitting there watching the game, And I said, these short porches are going to be tough.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough. And then the next moment, bam, done, gone. After, this is on the heels, y'all, of him hitting the first ever walk-off grand slam of the World Series.
Yeah, this is a guy who his last 2 games while playing with the Atlanta Braves hit homers in each one, and then comes in 3 World Series games, hits them with the Dodgers. That's a record.
Yeah.
5 homers, 5 straight homers in 5 straight games for the World Series. Freddie Freeman is just a class act. I don't know what else to say about him except for
I miss him.
Yeah, he's my he became one of my favorite players of all time.
It's the only person I can find myself rooting for in this entire thing, because I can't root for the Yankees and I can't root for the Dodgers, but I can root for Freddie Freeman.
Yeah.
And there was a great note that came from OptaStats, and this was leading into Game 3. It had the number of players who have had a multitude of home runs and a triple in the first 2 games of World Series. The list is this: Babe Ruth, Freddie Freeman.
Wow.
That's it. That's all.
That's a good company to keep.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
The only thing that was that I thought was dumb is the Fat Joe thing in the beginning when he's doing the karaoke on the field and stomping all over the mound. And like, my wife was, she sat there, she was like, I don't know who this is. What is this? So it's like they don't even, I don't know. Maybe if you're in New York City, Fat Joe. And I mean, because I recognized one song that he did. And I'm like, okay, I kind of know who that is. And I'm pretty dialed in when it comes to music. I keep up pretty closely. And it just, I don't know, man. I don't think Major League Baseball is playing to their audience. Do y'all think that? Do you have that same feeling? Because I don't.
I think they're all out of touch at this point. But, the audience is so diverse sometimes that they play to a small faction here and there. Yeah, I don't get the Fat Joe thing. I remember him from New York. I remember him early in I guess it was the 90s when he was really popular. I don't remember much. I only remember one song of his.
On the way up. Yeah. That's the only one I recognize.
Yeah, I don't know much about him after that.
It just it looked uncomfortable, though. So there was a handful of people, kind of a smattering of people that were cheering along, kind of singing along. Most people were just looking like with their head tilted sideways like a dog that just heard a whistle.
I think we're about 20 years removed from my old radio station that I'd worked at in Dallas. This was a time when Fat Joe left Atlantic Records. Mm-hmm. And so the joke around the office, because it was just kind of a thing in the music industry, was to just randomly tell people, hey, did you hear Fat Joe left Atlantic?
So that was the thing. See, I didn't know that.
And that was like the last I had heard of Fat Joe.
Yeah. Exactly. It would have made more sense, I think, to come up with maybe a more contemporary artist that would have, Jay-Z maybe. I mean, that would have made more sense to me.
That screams
That's
New
the
York.
guy.
Yeah, of course. And he can sing it with Alicia Keys. New York,
I mean, his song is I'm the guy who made the New York Yankee hat famous, right? Or something like that.
That's the lyric in Empire State of Mind. Yes, absolutely right. So anyway, those were the 2 takeaways. Freddie Freeman, MVP. Fat Joe.
Fat Joe.
Go away.
Not you, Joe.
Not you.
He's getting all offended over there.
Not you
keep
Fat Joe.
A different Fat Joe.
Not Husky Joe. We're talking about Fat Joe.
That's right.
Husky is what. Okay, so being 5'4" and growing up in New York, Sears used to have like the Winnie the Pooh stuff and all that, and it was always in the boys' Husky section.
Yes.
And every year, my wonderful grandmother Marge, she would bring me a Sears wardrobe full of that from the Husky section, and they said Husky.
I know.
And it was everybody at school knew it. They'd be like, "Oh, there you got your Husky jeans."
That's right.
So insulting.
So I had a cousin Kenny, and he was just a tick older than me. And they would always try to pass down Kenny's clothes to the other cousins, and I could never wear any of Kenny's clothes because he was husky and I was real skinny as a rail, So the husky thing is real, and people are traumatized by husky. The word husky.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not scarring all these years later.
That's exactly right. We're able to let it go. Hopefully, goodness.
Yeah, I've embraced being husky.
All right, Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3. It's strange, but all of a sudden, people are rejecting, specifically on the left, rejecting the term fascist. You heard Mayor Eric Adams. He said Trump is not a Nazi. He's not a fascist. Now, socialist Bernie Sanders says he won't call Trump a fascist either. Kamala won't say she's a socialist, though her record would tell you she is. And yet she calls Trump a fascist, even though his record says otherwise. It's interesting to see. I mean, pair that with Bezos saying we're going to make the Washington Post more center of the road. There's just cracks in the liberal dam, in the Marxist dam, if you will, and it continues to drop out. And at some point, I think the water's going to bust through.
Yeah, you would think eventually everything is going to come together for Donald Trump, for everyone. But this is one of those things where they have lost their minds on who and what this race is about. This is about the American people, and that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid that the American people are trying to take their government back. So the easiest and best way is to vilify someone.
So the New York Times had an article yesterday. It was about Kamala Harris's super PAC, and it was pointing out her biggest one is saying, we've done our own polling. The fascist label is not working. Now, the fun part about that is that this is not 3-4 months left in this entire cycle. There's a week. And they're slow to react. And so I fully expect that even though recognizing it's out of date, it's not working, they're going to spend the next 7 days calling Donald Trump a fascist, and all things are going to go and do. Even though their people that have been putting together their money are flat out telling them, stop doing it, it's not working.
Now, Bernie says he has strong tendencies to authoritarianism, which is undermining the American democracy. Which is wrong as well, Rhino. But it's... Yeah. I'm surprised that Bernie has chosen that word not to use because, like Los is saying, that's what they're doing wall to wall. And Bernie's like, nah, I'm not going along with that.
Well, why would Bernie? Because Bernie is a socialist. So why would he ever sit here and say that? Because he knows it'll come back to haunt him. You just tear apart everything that he's ever said on a campaign trail and you go, well, that's fascism. That's authoritarianism. Installing a candidate as well could be considered that as well and fascist. So that's why it's a backfire. Now it's working for their base. It's always going to work for their base. They get in line and it's been working. And that's why at first they were thinking, oh, this is great. It's working. It's working. But then when you get to the voters, they're like, yeah, we ain't believing it. We don't think that he's a fascist. We think he wants to return this country back to the prosperity we were seeing while he was president.
Keep in mind, those that take the programming, those that wait for the download, they're going to be the ones that will be parroting this stuff. Oh, fascist. Oh, Hitler. Oh, Nazi. All those sort of things that we've heard now in the last week. In the Democrats, the party of making sure that the rhetoric doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah. Turn the temperature down.
Turn the temperature down. But outside of that, I think that has been the key aspect, that when you have those people that are independent voters, that are listening to both sides, they're not being motivated to get to the polls to vote against Donald Trump because they look at him as fascist. They might have a different reason entirely why they might do that, but they're not doing it because they really believe he's Hitler or he's fascist.
Yeah, I saw an actor, and his name is Zach
Levy.
Yes, thank you. Because y'all know I don't keep up with movies and TV a whole lot, but he said, I am voting for Trump not because of Donald Trump specifically, but because of the team that he's put together. I find that really, really interesting, too, because that's, I think, what Donald Trump was trying to achieve with this. I'm giving you a reason to vote for me, even though you don't love me dearly.
I firmly believe it. I think that, that piece of audio, and I can see if I can dig it up and get it over. Maybe we can work it in at some point later this hour. But that was one of the important aspects of when you added a group, when it came down to Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., it really increased the size of the tent to where even if you didn't love Trump, you looked at it and said, wow, this is a group of people that I'm interested in seeing how they will legislate and what they will do to change the way the society is going.
Yeah, see, the difference between what Kamala Harris is doing, because she's going to come out and say, well, we got Republicans like Liz Cheney out here and Jeff Duncan and Adam Kinzinger. Well, what are they bringing to the table? Nothing except for hatred and division. On the other side, you have somebody in Robert F. Kennedy Jr. that Trump has said, hey, this is part of my transition team. Now, I know Democrats don't understand politics or what a transition team is, so I'll explain it. What he is going to do is work in a certain segment. He's going to work on making America healthy again. He's going to fight Big Pharma. He's going to make sure that all these regulations and overreach by the FDA and everyone else are, brought into line. That's actually something that is tangible for everybody in this country. When you talk to Tulsi Gabbard about what she's doing, she is part of the transition team as well, and she's going to have a spot. The others are just there on the Democrat side to create fear. These people have a job.
I'll tell you, for me, I want to see people that care about the country. That's the number one qualifier for me as a voter. Do I believe that person genuinely cares about the country? And when I look at Kamala Harris and the people that surround her, they've told me that they hate this country. Yes. They've told me that this country is awful. They've told me that it's built on the backs of indigenous people and black people, and that we aren't deserving of the country that we have, and it needs to be torn down and remade. Anybody that says anything like that, I'm out. And I don't see that with Donald Trump. I see a man that is not perfect by any means, not trying to pretend he is, and I don't worship the altar of Trump. I'm just saying, I see a man that loves the country genuinely, and I see a group around him, as Zach Levy said, the bulldogs around him that also love the country and are going to fight for it.
You know, this is just something I thought about the other night, because I know that everybody's calling the MSG rally a Nazi rally and all these things, and it's the joke that they are trying to make it, and it is. It's just a joke. So the reality of what I've seen so far is I watched a DNC where Jewish voters or Jewish supporters of Kamala Harris had to be kept separate and have a separate place to go eat food and be in an area, and that was because they're afraid of their own base. They had to separate Jews into, when you separate Jews, that brings up a Nazi ideology. They also were the party that decided they were going to kill babies with a bus in front of their convention. This is a party that says, we know minorities use abortion more than anything else. This is a great population control tool, and this is a way to attract women, which is a weird way to attract women by killing babies, but whatever. That's what I saw. That seems more like a Nazi rally to me than being able to fly an Israeli flag in there and pray openly in the middle of Madison Square Garden. That's why they continue to attack when they know they're really the fascists. They know they're really the ones that are trying to separate people by race and religion and, of course, sex.
It's their own fault, okay? It took 8 years of a malaise in the economy under Barack Obama to give you a Donald Trump. Somebody who had never held office before, somebody who was a reality TV star. It took 8 years of a malaise for America to say, okay, that sounds like a good idea. Now we've had 4 years of just this insanity in terms of not just, economically, but socially, the things that we have had to deal with, the games we've had to play in order to make sure that you can exist in polite society, for us to go, all right, let's see who might be the most unpopular politician as of January 2021. Oh, it's Donald Trump. Let's put him back in office. How badly do you have to mess things up in order for us to go get a reality television star? It's their own fault.
That's exactly right. Hey, board up Captain Goey Virgin River went and got the Zachary Levi audio. So let's play it real quick.
I'm not voting for Donald Trump. I'm voting for Donald Trump and Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk and J.D. Vance and everyone else that they're going to bring in this team, this Avengers, this Voltron, whatever you want to call it. And they're going to get in there and actually do what Donald Trump said he was going to do the first time, which is drain the swamp. And he has admitted that he couldn't do it, and he didn't do it because he didn't know what he was doing. He didn't even think he was going to win the first time. And he had no time for his transition team, and then it was loaded with a bunch of sycophants and horrible people. people that were the swamp monsters that Bobby Kennedy has very accurately pointed out. And so now they're privately funding. I love this, that Trump is privately funding his own transition team, not waiting for the government. So they are ready to go and they are not compromised. That is the government that I want. That is that is something. Bobby is 100%. He and Tulsi are going to be let loose to be the bulldogs that we need to hold people to account. And by the way, and they will do it fairly. They will do it civilly. They will do it in love. I've sat with both of them. They are incredibly wonderful human people.
Dude, that makes me want to stand up and salute the man, because
So
that's
well done.
exactly what I think too. And that's exactly what I want to see. And he brings it in at the very end when he says they're going to do it fairly and they're going to do it with love for the country and respect for the people. Look, we can respect you and know that you've done wrong and know that you deserve prosecution.
Yeah, look, there's common sense, and I think that Donald Trump uses that a lot, and he kind of went away from it, but we really are the party of common sense. The one thing that you people missed if they didn't watch the MSG rally, because I know they're just going to go off of what mainstream media says, but I saw Vivek stand up there, and I thought one of the most important things he said is, we love people who can come to this country and offer us something. We want people to come here legally. There is a good process to get here legally. My family went through it and a lot of others did. It's the illegals that break the law that's a problem. This is common sense ideas. Same thing with everything that Donald Trump is putting out there. It's common sense and it helps every single American, no matter what you look like.
I love hearing even Hollywood actors pointing stuff out like this, of not being afraid to get out there and say, I'm not just voting for Donald Trump. Obviously, that's going to be the top of the ticket. But this entirety of what this is representing, this group, this big tent, makes the most sense when it comes to what I want my my government to look like moving forward.
There is sanity in Hollywood. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have. Every time I hear somebody from Hollywood talking, they're like, I'm moving if Donald Trump's elected. You know, just
light myself on fire.
Yeah, whatever. It's so ridiculous.
I'm on fire.
Ricky Bobby, you're not on fire.
I'm on fire.
So funny. When we come back, Neil Bortz, the Talkmaster. The only place you get him is on Extra 106.3, 7 o'clock hours, brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
The only country in the world that had the ability to destroy the rest of the world and take it over and didn't do it.
We stopped the war, saved the planet, and then said, go live, you Germans can have Germany, Russia can have Russia. I mean, we didn't take their land. We could have taken them all.
We'd assaulted the earth.
In fact,
they never rise again.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
As the longest continually operating franchise in Major League Baseball, the Atlanta Braves have plenty of history to share with fans. Tours of Truist Park are offered year-round, and take guests behind the scenes to areas normally off limits during games. With artifacts and exhibits distributed throughout the ballpark, it's a definite must for any Braves or baseball fan. Visit Braves.com/tours to purchase your tickets today. And did you know that along with exclusive tours around the ballpark, you can also host a private event at Truist Park? Corporate meetings, trade shows, team building events, holiday parties, rehearsal dinners, you name it. Truist Park can host it. Their dedicated staff is sure to bring your vision to life. Whether you're looking for a large space or something more intimate for your next event, there's a venue to accommodate your needs. Visit Braves.com/events to see more details. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves Country.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. ATLturfco.com.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Hey, are you paying crazy rates for your health insurance? Call Doug Moore at 770-697-0100. Your health insurance costs shouldn't look like a house payment. Are you tired of having things not covered, like doctor visits, labs, etc.? Doug can help, so call him at 770-697-0100. Doug sells all forms of health insurance. His plans have no deductibles, and you don't have to switch doctors. If you're paying too much for health insurance, Doug can help. He has over 20 years' experience. You can go to his website and request a quote. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net. That's yourchoicehealthplan.net, or call his cell phone at 770-697-0100. Doug can make a plan that you will be able to use. Call 770-697-0100 and he can help. Or go to his website to request a quote, yourchoicehealthplan.net, and contact him. Doug says don't fret. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net and he can bring rates down. 770-697-0100.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, October 29th. President Donald Trump made 2 campaign stops in Atlanta yesterday as he vies for the White House on November 5th. The former president's first stop was at a faith summit in Powder Springs, where he spoke with thousands of clergy members. He capped off the evening at Georgia Tech, where he spoke in front of thousands of supporters and curious students. Defense attorneys in the YSL RICO trial say they are in negotiations with Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis for plea deals in the nearly year-long trial. Judge Paige Reese Whitaker is still deciding on a possible mistrial, while the DA's office mulls over counteroffers on plea deals. Attorneys say discussions of plea deals are being held privately and did not offer any details. The jury was dismissed and expected to return to court this morning. The DA's office declined to comment on the plea negotiations. And in sports, Freddie Freeman set a record by homering in 5 straight World Series games, including a 2-run homer last night to give the Dodgers a 3-0 series lead in the World Series. The Dodgers went on to beat the Yankees 4-2 last night, setting up an elimination game tonight at 8:08 in New York. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Extra 106.3.
We welcome the Talkmaster Neil Bortz to the Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Los on Extra 106.3, the only place you can hear the Talkmaster is here on Extra. Neil, we are 1 week away from the election. How do you feel this morning about the future of America?
I got nothing.
No, no opinion whatsoever.
And that's the end of the board show, everybody.
Exactly. Thank you. Good night.
Well, what's first of all, how do I feel? It's disgusting. The whole thing is disgusting. Am I still there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You can elaborate.
Yes.
Elaborate on that.
I mean, this Nazi, this. What disgusts me more than anything else is the way the Democrat Party media arm is closing ranks right now, and they are going to be full tilt, disparaging, slamming Donald Trump for the next week. They're afraid that he could win, and the media arm is, I think they believe it is up to them to make sure that Donald Trump is not the next president of this country. So he's going to be called everything but a child of God. I'm surprised he hasn't yet been called a child molester. Maybe he has. I've missed it because I'm not as connected as y'all. But the actions of the, what do they call it, the fifth estate or whatever, the actions of the media in this country is dismaying, disgusting, and dangerous. That's 3 Ds. How did I do?
You did great, but let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So do you think that Jeff Bezos and his switch from having the Washington Post endorse any kind of presidential candidate, do you think that's a start for mainstream media or media in general to start working on their message and not being so partisan towards one side or the other?
Did he just say you can't endorse the hyena, or there's going to be no more endorsing presidential candidates?
Well, he made it seem like there's no more endorsing presidential candidates, that they're supposed to be fair and balanced. That was his statement yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I would agree with that. But it's supposed to be the free press. And if a newspaper or a broadcast outlet, whatever, wants to endorse a candidate, they should be free to do so. There is no objectivity left in American media.
No, that's right.
Very, very little.
Yeah.
I mean, did you see this thing that MSNBC put up after
the Trump rally
Trump's
there at Madison Square Garden? Yeah.
Yeah. And they put up this picture. Trump holds rally at Madison Square Garden 89 years after the Nazis held their event at Madison Square Garden. Yeah, and how many years after Hillary's event at Madison Square Garden? You know, she had a rally at MSG when she was running for president.
Yep.
You know, nobody made that comparison to Nazis. In fact, the Hildebeest herself said that the Republicans or Donald Trump was going to reenact the Nazi rally in the early 1930s. He was going to reenact it. You know, it's just, and the media does not step forward and expose some of this stuff. I was making a list, and I'm maybe this will be a commentary. I don't do my commentaries from lists. I just open the microphone and start talking. Isn't that obvious?
Once in a while, maybe.
Yeah. But what is the Democrat plan for America? I mean, if they have full control, what are we going to see? Well, we're going to see socialized medicine. Private doctors will be illegal. You will not be allowed to see a doctor outside of the socialized medicine system. And remember, Hillary Clinton, with her plan during Bill Clinton's presidency, made it clear that if you went to a private doctor, you could be fined or imprisoned. I still have that page from her bill. There will be forced government education. You give the Democrats their wish, and all children will be educated in government schools. There will be no religious schools. There will be no private schools. There will be no charter schools. They will all be educated in government schools, and the education will start as soon as the government can get their hands on your kids. That's how they build their socialist state. There will be price controls. Maybe not price controls on a hibiscus bush you buy at the nursery, but on any item that is deemed essential for life, there will be price controls. There will be rent controls. And we've all seen what that did to New York City. There will be open borders. Excuse me a minute. Hoorah! Okay. There will be open borders. Come on, everybody! And once you get here, you're permitted to vote. The only qualification for voting will be you live within the borders of the United States. There will be. I was thinking when I was making this list, it might even get to be this ridiculous. Could you think of any reason why Democrats would outlaw contraceptives?
No.
Any reasons? No.
Now, remember, these are Democrats we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
They're not sane people.
Well, they may
outlaw contraceptives because, think about this, contraceptives prevent abortions.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
abortions to Democrats, they're a sacrament.
Yeah, it's become
human
a
sacrifice. Even I would contend.
Well, I mean, you can go back to the 1960s. We had laws that kept even married couples from accessing contraceptives. It was a different time period.
Oh yeah, but the reason back in those days it was also illegal to have an abortion.
Mm-hmm.
But now the reason I can imagine the reason outlawing contraceptives. Oh, boy, there goes that gator again. Every once in a while, he cruises by right in front of the board's bus.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Well, he's a small one. He's maybe 5 feet.
Oh, yeah, nothing to worry about.
That's like a pet.
Yeah, well,
shoot there. Get out there and pet him on the head.
No, we lost our dog We lost our dog a month ago, so it's it's not
New
like
pet.
it's going to get our dog.
Yeah, you got a big lizard now. It's a little trade-off. Talkmaster Neil Bortz is our guest on the Morning Extra. And, Neil, I wanted to ask you about this because we heard about it on the Joe Rogan podcast. It was talked about the day before. Donald Trump got into the idea of going back to, early turn-of-the-century America in the early 1900s of we don't have an income tax, we have tariffs, and it really sounded a lot like he was talking about the fair tax. Did you pick up on that last week? And is that something that did at least a little bit warmed your heart from this guy?
Well, I would love to see this country get rid of the income tax. We shouldn't tax people's labor. Look, $22 million went into the research and study to create the fair tax. Can you imagine living in the fair tax? It's the first of the month, okay? And the government using poverty figures from the Department of Commerce, the government puts into your bank account every month the amount of money that you would be expected to pay in sales tax under the fair tax that month. For the basic essentials of life. In other words, every household, every family in this country, and that includes single-person households, would not have to pay 1 penny to the federal government until they've taken care of their basic needs. I mean, can you imagine living in a society like that? Could you imagine living where a businessman can make decisions on expanding his business, opening a new business without 1 second's worry of the tax consequences?
Neil, I dream about that in America.
No kidding.
Well, I know. But boy, the Democrats saw that as the biggest, for what it was, the biggest transfer of power from government to the people in the history of this nation. So they set about demagoguing it. And they outright lied about it. I think one of my finest moments, of which I am so proud, and there's only been a few of those. Never mind. One of my finest moments was when I went to New York City to City College, New York. I don't know, one of those. They had a lecture series. And they had me up there as the author of the fair tax book. They had me up there to debate a former IRS official, now tax professor at City University of New York on the fair tax. And I walked into the green room, and I'm sitting there with my book. And this guy walks into the green room with a box of files. Hi, I'm Neil Bortz. Oh, I'm Professor blah, 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 blah. Good to meet you. Is that all your material? It's all I need. I just have the book. Oh, when he's thinking, this is going to be easy. And in all modesty, may I say, I destroyed that bearded SOB during that debate.
Well, Neil, let me ask you this, because the biggest...
And I had several media figures in front of me. I can't throw the names out right now. We all went to dinner afterwards, and they're congratulating me, and they're saying, this has to be done. This needs to be done. It's not going to be done. It's too much of a threat to the Democrats.
Yeah, absolutely. But the big threat to them, and one of the lies that they continue to tell, Neil, is that the cost of goods will now increase to the American people by 20% or more, and the tax is going to be on the Americans in that regard, that the fair tax is just a increase in price on the products that you buy.
An unsustainable argument, because everything that we buy has embedded taxes in it. The taxes paid by the corporations, the businesses, and the individuals that went to work to develop that product, transport it, manufacture it, and bring it to the marketplace. All of those taxes disappear. And this research showed that those taxes amount to about 22% of the price of everything you buy. It's lower on things like a leather belt. It's only 19%. But on an automobile or a home, it's well over. So all of those costs disappear. And then the competitive forces of the marketplace start forcing the prices of those products down. There was a great example back then, and that is on airline tickets. The government imposed a special surcharge on airline tickets. I don't know. I forget for what. Airline security. I don't know. But at some point, it was about 6%. At some point, the government said, okay, we're removing that 6% tax. So at that point, the airlines were saving 6%, did not have to pay 6% of the price of every airline ticket. Some airlines said, well, this is great. This is going to bolster our bottom line. We get to keep that 6%. Other airlines dropped their ticket prices. Guess what happened? The airlines that initially didn't want to had to eventually drop their ticket prices because of the competitive forces of the marketplace.
I love that.
This idea that it was going to increase prices was nonsense.
So let me ask you this, Neil. Is Donald Trump capable of getting this done? That's the big question, because it sounds great. We know it would be great. Can he get it done in your estimation?
Well, first of all, I don't know that that his plan exactly mirrors the fair tax. I, however, do know that I may or I may not have mentioned the fair tax to him when I was talking to him last week. Who knows? Maybe.
Well, hang on. You can't just drop that. Come on.
Are you saying you talked to Donald Trump last week?
Yeah.
Okay, well, hang on.
Time out.
Hang on.
Time out.
We've buried the lead.
Why in the world would you not start the conversation with that?
It was just a private phone conversation.
Hold on. We have not reached the point where maybe this tent is getting big enough to where not only is there a Tulsi Gabbard, there's a Robert F. Kennedy, but maybe there is the talk master, the fair tax master himself.
No, without I may or may not have been with a friend last week who got a phone call, and this friend said, it's Donald Trump. And I was aware that this friend was a good friend of Donald Trump's. So this friend said, hey, do you know Neil Bortz? And he had the phone on speaker. Yeah, I know him. Well, he's right here. Let me talk to you. So he handed me the phone, and we may or may not have had a short conversation.
Okay, well, quit with the may or may not. Did you or did you not have a conversation? Was it about the fair tax, and can he get it done and implemented?
Look, it was a private conversation. I don't want to divulge the contents of the conversation.
Well, then let me ask you this: not about the.
But do I think he could do it? No. You need absolute control of the Congress, Republican control of the Congress, and he won't have that. Not all of it. He could set us on the path.
Sure.
I mean, people get excited about this plan when they hear about it, when they understand it.
Yeah. Oh, look, I read the book all the time just to kind of keep up with it. It's brilliant. I love it. But let me ask you this. So you've talked many times about having dealings with Donald Trump and not really liking him as a person. Did your phone conversation with him last week maybe change the way you feel about him? Did he present himself different? Has he changed from the last time you talked to him?
May or may not have.
Look, it's not whether you like the person or not. It's whether you think they would do a good job or not. And there are still a lot of things about Donald Trump that are troublesome. I mean, for instance, let's just go back to the very beginning. The very beginning when he referred to... was it McCain? Yeah. When he referred to John McCain as a loser because he got captured. Mm-hmm. Have I got my
of course. Yeah, for sure.
And I said, how can you call somebody that got shot out of the skies over North Vietnam a loser? And the way he conducted himself in the Hanoi Hilton and by refusing to be released because he was an admiral's kid and all that. And that bothered me, and it still bothers me.
I get it. As a guy that served in the Navy, I get it.
Yeah, I've come to understand his hyperbole and all of that now a little bit more. When he said, I know more about nuclear weapons than anybody, he didn't really mean that he knew more about nuclear weapons than anybody.
Yeah.
But it's just his manner of speaking. And I've come to understand that and to accept that. But the damage that is being done by Democrats, the damage that will be done by Kamala Harris, just absolutely overshadows any personality flaws that Donald Trump may have.
There you go, Neil. We are blown away by this. I mean, I'll admit, I did not see this coming. I hope that some of the conversation that you had with Donald Trump will be influencing his decision when it comes to tax policy and that he can get this done. And as we've talked on this show, it's not out of the question for him to land all three levers of government.
But
it's not out of the question.
Yeah. Now, how come you never are this curious about my interaction with Jane Fonda?
Well, that's because you just hadn't brought it up.
She's not going to change our tax policy.
No. Time out. We were, but you refused to continue on with the details, sir. We asked more and more, and you said you can't talk about it.
Cat balloon.
Oh, my heavens. I tell you, today's been a day that I did not expect, and I'm certainly glad that, Neil, you brought that. I look forward to learning more about your interaction, what you think is ahead, and there better be a commentary or three about that in the coming days.
About a private phone conversation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nah, look.
You don't have to divulge the details, all of them, but just present it in the way that, look, this is a real thing. Donald Trump is really trying to accomplish this goal.
I believe it.
There you go. Neil Port's the Talkmaster.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Don't get any on you.
Do my best. Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's.
What a crazy episode.
Buddy, I mean, talking about curveballs all over the place, man. I was swinging like the Yankees last night. Couldn't hit the ball if I wanted to. The reason for the unity party that Trump has forged next on Extra 106.3.
Kamala actually said that she agrees with Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney's foreign policy. These are the architects of the Iraq War.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hey, it's Rhino here for my friends over at True Prep. Listen, we've seen what's going on around the world today, whether it's a hurricane, whether it's a biolab exploding, whether it is just your water getting contaminated, or even just attacks in the Middle East. Are you prepared for any kind of emergency? Well, I hope you would be by now, but if not, I've got the place for you. True Prep, Marietta on Cobb Parkway. You got to head down there. They're locally owned and operated, and they support patriots like you, and they support your family as well, because they want to make sure that you have freeze-dried food. They want to make sure that you have water filtration, first aid kits, and they want to make sure that you have access to the largest selection of AR-15s, firearms, firearm accessories, and ammo. And I promise you, they have it at the lowest price around. And the one good thing about True Prep is that they're always prepared. So when they see these events happening, they do not run out of supplies. And you should never run out of supplies. So make sure that you make your way to True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Tell them Rhino sent you, and they'll get you set up if you're new to prepping. They even have wonderful workshops. You can go to their website and find their intro to emergency preparedness, your get out bag, or your bug out bag. They have a class for that. They even have a Stop the Bleed class. You got to check them all out. Go and visit their website, but more important, go walk around their showroom. Talk to Amy, Matt, Joey, all the experts down there, and start today preparing, making sure that you're ready in any emergency. Or visit their website and sign up for one of their workshops at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
While fall temperatures are cooling down, the action in the stadium and on the field is really heating up. If you find yourself in hot water from too much celebrating during the game, it's important to know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we handle bonds from the Battery to the Bends, and even for those who celebrate action between the hedges. At A Second Chance, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver to detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Georgia, are you ready to stand up for our values and our future? The Georgia Republican Party is committed to protecting our families, our freedoms, and our way of life. From supporting law enforcement to defending our constitutional rights, we are fighting for you every day. Join us in advocating for lower taxes, better schools, stronger communities, and together we can ensure that Georgia remains the land of opportunity for all. In the upcoming 2024 and 25 elections, we're dedicated to informing, educating, attracting, and inviting all Georgians to vote Republican at every level, state, local, and federal. Get involved. Visit our website at gagop.org to learn how you can support our local candidates and initiatives. Let's make our voices heard, because in Georgia, we believe in hard work, family values, and the American dream. Stand with us, the Georgia Republican Party. Stand for Georgia. Learn more by visiting gagop.org.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. We all know that Affordable Care Act is hardly affordable. Those pricey health insurance premiums are killing me. Hey, if you could save up to 60% of your current monthly premiums and get better coverage at a price you can afford, if you're self-employed or self-insured, a small business owner, you got that COBRA thing going, I got a guy, Steven, the health insurance doctor, can easily solve your health insurance dilemma. Steven will customize a comprehensive, zero-deductible, nationwide PPO something. I don't know what that is, but he sure does, and it's available immediately. You can have the freedom to choose any doctor or any hospital, save thousands of dollars of annual premiums, enhance benefits like dental, vision, cancer, accidental policies, and stuff like that. Many current clients are saving more than $10,000 a year. Call my guy, Steven, the health insurance doctor, and see how much you can save. 678-523-0759. There's no charge. It's free to you. You don't have to pay him. Health insurance doesn't have to stink anymore. Call Stephen, the health insurance doctor, 678-523-0759. Online, healthinsurancedoctor.net.
The Extra 106.3 app is your live connection to the station, streaming free across Georgia. But it's also loaded with all our original shows and podcasts. Listen to exclusive shows from Janelle King, Ben Burnett, and so many more. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Tug Rhino and Los on the Morning Extra after chin check to the jaw about Donald Trump speaking with Neil Boris, the Talkmaster, about the fair tax. I mean, go back. If you missed that, go back and listen to it on the Extra 106.3 app. That's the beauty of the app, that anything you miss, you can go back and re-listen to at your leisure, at your convenience. There's a reason this unity party that Trump has put together was put together, Los.
Yeah, this is all working out. When we talked about the tent growing, we talked about reaching out and being able to get those people where, whether they're Elon Musk or whether they're Tulsi Gabbard or Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the idea that you're reaching people where the Democrat Party has left them. You know, the party has gone in the last 4 years full on insane. You know, to think that they are actually making the argument for essentially neutering your children at an early age. Like, just think about how crazy that sounds. The idea that they are chemically castrating children who are confused about their sexual identity, and they're calling that personal health. All right, I want you to take a listen to Brett Weinstein. He runs the Dark Horse podcast. This is one of the guys that was vilified very early on during COVID. He's a biologist who does a lot of this different research. Take a listen as a lifelong Democrat what he had to say about this upcoming election cycle.
I think the modern Democratic Party is an existential threat to the Republic. And although I am a Democrat, I've been a Democrat my whole life, the party that I see in front of me today is literally the inverse of the party I signed up for. This is now the party of war. This is the party of racism. This is the party of censorship. I don't recognize this party. There is no conceivable scenario in which I would vote for Kamala Harris. Am I open to voting for Trump? I am. I'm especially open to it if he is partnered with Bobby Kennedy, because what that tells me is that my values, which are a much closer match for Bobby's, are represented in that administration. And that's really what I want.
I think that's what every American wants, is to just feel represented by the people that are running the government, and we've not felt that way in some time.
Well, these are the closest thing we have left to blue dog Democrats, where they bought into the idea of the Bill of Rights, of freedom of speech, of being able to, take care of the working man. And all of that has basically left the Democrat Party. That's why he brings it up. He's like, this no longer represents me.
You can't argue with it, Rhino. I mean, the party is unrecognizable to most Americans.
Yeah, I think that's why you're seeing a lot of Democrats just kind of sitting back. And that's why I think you're seeing not just these big name people, but you're seeing black voters move away. You're seeing Hispanic voters move away in record numbers. I think you're even seeing a lot of women that are slowly moving away. I think the entire Kamala Harris campaign is going to be very surprised come November 6th when they realize, hold on, we lost so many people not because of Donald Trump, but because we left what we're supposed to be, and we've run to this progressive idea of only representing a small minority of Americans.
Morning Extra at Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Van Sant Law Group. If you're in an accident, make the right call, vansantlaw.com. When we come back after the Neil Bortz report and the Fox News update, Kamala has issued a challenge to Donald Trump. Regarding,
Sebastian Gorka.
That's exactly right. Creeping him out, scaring him into doing something. Issued a challenge to Trump regarding his mental faculties. Boy, this should be entertaining. Trump versus Kamala, mental faculties. I got Trump all day. We'll talk about it next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Last week until the election, one thing is an absolute certainty. The Democrat Party media arm is going to be going full blast, painting Donald Trump as everything but a son of God. He's a Nazi. He's a fascist. He's a racist. I don't think they've gotten to child molester yet, but they're probably working on it. So now may be the time for me to once again address this idiocy of calling everybody you don't like a racist. 98.6% of the people that use that word have no clue in hell what it means. So I'm going to help you out right now. Yes, there are racial difficulties in this country, promoted heavily by the Democrat Party. We have prejudice, we have bigotry, we have racism. And you're not going to solve these problems if you can't properly identify them. So I will right now. Reader's Digest version, if you remember that magazine. Prejudice means you have prejudged somebody or something. Every one of us prejudges every single day. It's a survival mechanism. Bigotry, that just means you have an extreme dislike or even hatred for another person or another group of people. That's all it means. You don't like them. That is not racism. What is racism? Until the left tried so hard to change the definition, it was a belief in the inherent biological inferiority of a race of people. Those people are biologically and inherently inferior to me. Racism. Saying that Puerto Rico is an island of garbage in the context of a joke is not racism. But you'll hear that word constantly over the next week. The Democrat media arm hard at work. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on The Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
Our favorite reason to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler? Free service for life with no fine print. That's right. When you buy your engagement ring or any piece of jewelry at Diamonds Direct, you will never have to pay a dime in the future for sizing, cleaning, or routine maintenance. Even if she accidentally knocks out a side accent diamond, Diamonds Direct will replace it free. Now, other stores claim to offer warranties, but the catch is that they won't honor it unless you bring your ring in for regular inspections. But at Diamonds Direct, inspections are never required. There's no gotcha clause. No fine print, no looking for ways to void the warranty. Plain and simple, at Diamonds Direct, we stand behind what we sell, and we're committed to service it at no charge for life, period. It's all part of our commitment to provide you with the ultimate in value and total confidence before, during, and long after your purchase. Diamonds Direct, the jeweler you can trust with a no questions asked 100% free lifetime warranty with no strings attached. Come see us to learn more. Proud to call ATL home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Isn't it funny how the Democrats always focus on the bad part of American history and they never talk about the good part of American history?
Yeah. The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Who is destroying ballots? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
This is the most undemocratic thing that anyone could possibly do.
Horace So is among the voters in Vancouver, Washington, fearing his mail-in ballot is among the hundreds burned when someone bombed ballot drop-off boxes, causing a fire. The FBI is investigating that in Washington and in Portland, Oregon, where only 3 ballots were burned. More than 46 million Americans have voted early, with the election now just a week away.
Make America great again. It's the greatest political movement of all time.
Former President Trump at a rally in Georgia calling Vice President Harris a hater, denouncing Democrats calling him a fascist and a Nazi.
This is the kind of outrageous rhetoric that has resulted in 2 assassination attempts in the last 3 months, probably. I could say that that's probably right.
He'll speak to reporters in Florida this morning. Then there will be 2 Trump events in Pennsylvania.
We can all see that Donald Trump is even more unstable and more unhinged.
Vice President Harris at a rally in Michigan touting abortion rights, speaking out against bans in some states.
The men of America are seeing their daughters and wives and sisters and mothers put at risk because their rights have been taken from them.
Tonight, Harris will speak at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C., where on January 6, 2021, then President Trump spoke before his supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol. A few hours ago, Steve Bannon, who went to prison over the Capitol riot, was released. The former Trump advisor was convicted of contempt of Congress, refusing to comply with a subpoena from the Democrat-led January 6th House committee. Israel has hit Gaza with an airstrike on a building sheltering civilians. Palestinian officials say at least 60 people were killed. Israel blames Hamas for hiding militants among civilians, and the strike came hours after President Biden said,
"We need a ceasefire. We should end this war. It should end, it should end, it should end."
Ceasefire talks continue in the Middle East. America's listening to Fox News.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
You're right, and so are we. Welcome to Extra 106.3.
Y'all see Nick Bosa, the guy that plays for the 49ers, getting all the backlash on social media and in the media about wearing a Make America Great Again hat? I'm sure you've seen it. I keep seeing it. And yet, if you recall, Steph Curry, in uniform, same way, endorsed Kamala Harris. Nobody gave any feedback. Nobody put him on blast. Everybody just kind of accepted it, moved on. I love seeing the media work the way it always works, because I could have predicted it. You could have predicted it, Rhino. Los, you could have predicted it. Board Op Goey Virgin River could have predicted it. Yeah. Everybody could have predicted exactly what would happen and the way it would play out. Maybe that is why Jeff Bezos is saying, we've got to get this newspaper in a position where we're not so predictable, that folks can't tell me what's going to be on the front page of the Washington Post the next morning without knowing what's going to be on the Washington Post front page the next morning.
Well, the one thing that I think he said that resonated with me more than anything else is that nobody trusts or believes in the media anymore.
Amen.
And he realizes that, and there's good reason for it. Yeah, number one, it is predictable. I'm not surprised anymore by the way they attack anybody who goes outside of the Democratic Party. And I'm talking about the mainstream media and the way they do that. I was surprised maybe in 2015, but here we are 10 years down the road, 11 years down the road, and it's not like it hasn't always been that way, but it's more out front now because we have social media and we have community notes, so people are starting to see the difference in what they're being told and the truth.
So the thing that I got a kick out of was seeing this one Niners fan who tweeted out, as a 49ers fan, I'm calling on the team in the NFL to make a statement condemning Nick Bosa's actions last night. Now, this particular person labels themselves as a he, him, as a hashtag Black Lives Matter, hashtag the resistance, and has a little bit of a following. The fun part about it was, so you're for free speech suppression? And the answer is yes, every time. It's always going to be about free speech. And so when you put on a hat and just, you jump into a live shot and then you move on, just know that these tyrants, this is what they're upset by.
They're going to find a way to persecute you. They would love to take your ability to say what you want to say away, and they will work every day to get that done. That is the stated goal. They always talk about making sure that they have their thumb on social media. Hillary Clinton talks about it, Rhino. Kamala talks about it. The Western European socialists all talk about it.
The one thing I think that Neil Bortz was missing from his list was they want you to fear the government or fear talking about the government. That's what this is about. They're trying to put one group in check, one group that wants to take America back for the people, and saying if you go against what these people who we are installing in say and are telling you to do, then all of a sudden you're the enemy. So be careful what you say out there, because we'll come for you. That's what we're seeing from the Democrat Party of today.
They want you to know. absolutely want you to know. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Kamala Harris has an unusual challenge for Donald Trump. And if it didn't give her the attention that she so desperately needs, I'd tell Trump to accept the cognitive challenge that she has proposed. I know he's cognitively sound. I see him. He proves it all the time. Kamala is still saying that Joe Biden's fit as a fiddle. Like, either she is cognitively challenged or an outright liar. Maybe it's a combination of the two. But that's the thing. She wants the attention. She needs the attention that this would bring. Trump is very smart to just ignore it.
Yeah, it's a stupid play. It's stupid on her part, because if I'm Donald Trump, I'd say, I'll tell you what, I'll take a cognitive challenge. I'll take a test. Why don't we do it on Fox News for 3 hours? Why don't we do it on Joe Rogan? Why don't you go on Joe Rogan for 3 hours and show me how good you are? Go for it, because that's ridiculous. They are grasping at straws at this point. They are so scared of what's coming. They are so scared of not only losing, but getting beat in a landslide victory by Donald Trump. Their numbers show it. So now the only thing they have left is he's Hitler, he's too old, and Jan 6. That's it. They have no issues to run on. If they did, they wouldn't play these games.
What number does it have to be in order for them to, at least for a moment, just, again, they're not going to say this publicly. It's not going to show up on MSNBC or CNN or anywhere else. What number does it have to be in the Electoral College for them to go, man, we messed up?
Probably like a 1984, that type of, 49 states.
Where they win one state.
Yeah, exactly.
They win like 12 states.
Yeah.
It's got to be somewhere. Wow, you really had Donald Trump win 350 electoral votes to where you said, hey, maybe we had a bad candidate and a bad message, and maybe we're not really the way that we should be going.
But that's the point, Lowe's. How bad of a candidate do you have to be to lose to Hitler? Yeah. Because that's what they've said. That's what they've stated over and over.
It's unfortunate that Hitler's going to whoop you, I mean, at this point, and I just ended up just retweeting it now, the 49er sports fan. And, of course, I had to use my picture of Hitler to go along with it, because at this point, Hitler is now just comedy to me. It's my way of going, are you bothered? Oh, JoJo, here's my picture of Hitler for you.
We have to explain to people what JoJo is.
Jojo Rabbit is the movie where it's from 2019. It was up for Best Picture, and the comedy is that the young Hitler youth has an imaginary play friend, and it's Hitler.
Yeah, and the comedy ensues after that, and it's obviously...
And he always pops up, and he's like, oh, JoJo, and then starts talking to him from there. So, yes, I'm now using Jojo Rabbit Hitler comedy on a regular basis to mock these people.
Mm-hmm. Kamala is so desperate to get some attention. She tells Norah O'Donnell that Trump is increasingly unhinged. Again, it's either a lie or she has cognitive issues. She says he resorts to name-calling because he has no plan for America, as she calls him a Nazi, a fascist, and unhinged. It's the playbook is almost getting dumber. Mm-hmm. And you said earlier, Rhino, that this is a dumb play, and you're exactly right. It's grasping at straws, like you said. They have nothing else. So how can we generate some sort of momentum? Let's call names. Let's challenge him. And Donald Trump is wise to. It's almost like when they call you names now, or call me names, or Los names now. It just rolls off her back like water off a duck.
She's planned. Everything about her is planned. Everything they're doing is a photo op. If they're sitting there trying to energize black voters, she gets Gretchen Whitmer in there with her and says, hey, let's have beers and let's figure out how we can bring some more men in. Everything is a stage. Everything is a show for her. Because if there was a reality behind her actual candidacy, she'd actually give us issues and solutions to the the chaos that she created over the 4 years that she was vice president. They don't have anything but fear. It's the only way they've run their campaign in 2020, 2016, and now, of course, in 2024.
Imagine that you're in this inner circle and you're having discussions about the best way to make a presentation. And that best way ends up turning into, all right, we have to pretend that every aspect of what we're going to talk about is completely fake. We're going to have to take Kamala Harris and turn her into the most amazing thing on earth. And if people find out that it's not the case, and they find out what her staff knows about her and what everyone else who's worked around her, if they all find that out, the game is up. And that's what they got away with for about 60 days.
And she tells you that she wouldn't change anything about the last 4 years. She said it over and over, but yet she's the change candidate and a leader for a new generation. And then she says she's not going to be a continuation of Biden's policies, yet still says, I'm not going to do anything different. I mean, it's like,
Well,
I don't even know how to describe that.
She hasn't gotten her download yet. She hasn't gotten her download yet. She hasn't been told what she's supposed to say next. She has to continue on what she's been told to say and how to run this campaign. Because she's not running her own campaign. If you really think she was the one who picked Tim Walz, nope. Tim Walz was given to her and said, hey, here, this is what you have, and this is what you're supposed to say. So until she actually gets something down from somebody else who's saying, okay, now it's time to tell them that we're going to go ahead and do the mandatory gun buyback because we're in office, that's when you'll hear actual things that they want to do. Otherwise, they're trying to make somebody else look like the bad guy, so when they do install these autocratic kind of ideas, that you're like, oh, well, at least it's not as bad as what Trump wanted to do. Remember, he wanted to go ahead and divorce people and wives, leave you at home and deport your husbands or remarry your husband to someone else, like they're saying on The View. That's the ridiculous game they're trying to play.
And it appears, Los, that in the effort to recruit voters, specifically black men, she's brought back the preacher, the black pastor accent.
Yeah, Black Kamala's back.
She is back. So she went on the Shannon Sharp podcast, and she decided that again, because it all depends on the audience. We had it on Sunday where she's in some churches, so now she's Reverend Kamala Harris. This time, Kamala Harris turns into, look how authentically black that I am. Take a listen to what she has to say about some of the aspects of what she's facing by trying to defeat Donald Trump.
So, part of what we have to help people understand is don't think you're in Donald Trump's club. You're not.
Right.
He's not going to be thinking about you. You think he's having you over for dinner?
Hey, Kamala, I'm coming over later for dinner. You think you're having anybody over for dinner? This is so silly.
So she goes the accent route, right? So she does that. Then, once she's now established that she's authentically black for the audience, and by the way, the YouTube comments are like, what the hell was that? Take a listen to then she starts explaining how Donald Trump is going to end the Constitution.
Oh. Blacks for Trump. Mm-hmm. They feel that Trump is better for the black community. Can you explain Donald Trump's history with blacks? Where did this come that all of a sudden, I mean, it's been like this because a lot of people used to say, I'm Donald Trump of the ghetto because he was, for a lot of blacks, not all, but for some blacks, he was, Madam VP, whether we want to admit it or not, he's revered by some blacks.
But here's the thing. The question for everybody, should he be president of the United States?
Okay.
Right? That's the question. Should he have the ability to sit behind the seal of the President of the United States when he says he wants to terminate the Constitution of the United States? You know what that would mean? In the Constitution of the United States is your Fourth Amendment right against unreasonable search and seizure, your Fifth Amendment right, your Sixth Amendment right to an attorney.
What about 1 and 2? She didn't really reference any of those. The most important ones. I mean, I'm just pointing out.
He's going to get rid of all of it.
Yeah. She to say that Donald Trump is going to get rid of the Constitution may be the silliest thing in the world. And I know I sound like a broken record because this is not an original idea. Everybody said it. For the first 4 years when he was president, he failed to do it. Either he was incredibly incompetent at getting rid of the Constitution or he didn't plan to do it. One of the two. I mean, can somebody tell me where did I miss? 404-741-1230.
Is that what Aunt Peg, when she starts to go down that road of he's going to get rid of the Constitution? Well, he had an opportunity for about 4 years, and I guess he just really wasn't good at it.
That's what I'm saying. It's either he's very incompetent and wasn't able to figure out how to do it, or he didn't want to.
I think about his support of Israel, and I think about what you saw at Madison Square Garden. I'm like, man, what a crappy Nazi.
Yeah.
Just not really good at the whole Nazism thing. I'm really trying to push for the master race, but I'm just not very good at the master race.
It's just a stupid distraction. And again, it just doesn't bring anything up except for division. This is what they're all about. I don't like talking about it because they disrespect the black community like they're not supposed to be able to think on their own, or they're not be able to, actually, think about their own futures and building the American dream, because they have to be distracted with this fake racism.
Tucker, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. The folks would really like, the leftists would really like to pin the Kill Tony jokes on Donald Trump. But the problem is going to be, you have other comedians like Jon Stewart, who is a flaming liberal. I find the guy very funny. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, bringing him to a rally and not having him do roast jokes, that'd be like bringing Beyonce to a rally and not, having her sing.
Perform.
So funny.
But that's the thing. Like, the libs want to, they want to make this a huge deal, but comedians and leftists that are funny go, well, but he's a comedian. That's what he's supposed to do.
This is going, again, they have to stay away from any kind of issues that affect Americans, right? They have to do anything to actually, energize people by continuing to tell lie after lie after lie. They need to just make one group look like they're the worst. They're the Antichrist. They're this. They're that. The reality is they are afraid of policies that actually help all Americans.
So I really like shiplap. All right?
You mean like on the wall?
Yeah, okay. I think it really looks cool. And that's what makes me gay. And so as I was joking around about yesterday, listen, I'm making fun of myself. Yeah. Does it mean I'm homosexual? No, I've been married for 18 years. I got 2 kids, but I love shiplap. I'm gay. When it comes to the Democrat Party, they're all gay. And they're not homosexual. They just don't have any comedy to their lives anymore. Yeah. And so when the idea that you bring on a roast comedian and he doesn't do his act, and then their immediate response is, we finally have the in to beat Donald Trump. Yeah. Your ass is going to get whooped so incredibly bad unless you find millions of votes in the middle of the night again. And to think, had they only not cheated last time around, they would actually be rid of Donald Trump in the next week. But nope, they are the ones who messed it up.
It's not going to work for the Puerto Rican Americans that don't believe it and can understand jokes. And you know what? Most Puerto Ricans, the more I read about it, that's the biggest story in Puerto Rico, is that it's filled with garbage, and they can't get the garbage off of this island. And the Democrats that run that island are not doing anything to help those people. So they can play games all they want. Real Puerto Ricans who understand it, understand the joke, and understand why he said it.
You're going to pay for it as a taxpayer, too. Lowe's.
You gay. Why are you so gay?
Why are you gay?
When we come back on Extra 106.3,
shiplap, y'all.
Donald Trump's national press secretary.
Put it in your bathroom,
Caroline Levitt,
all of them.
Joins us. Well, look, we may. You never tell. Next on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3.
Our national news media are not objective reporters of the truth. They have an agenda, overwhelmingly left-wing.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
It's fall, y'all. And no matter what your family has on the plate, Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. If you're headed to a game, then tailgate in style in the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds everything you need for the tailgate and keeps the most precious cargo, your family, safe. Maybe you're just taking a ride up to the mountains to see the leaves, or driving to spend time with the family. Wherever you're headed this fall, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. And we're proud to offer you so much more than a car buying experience. At Subaru of Gwinnett, we extend that saving to our amazing and reliable service department, where you'll get unmatched service and specials you'll love during our fall service event. Visit us on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth and let us show you how our family can take care of your family. Or start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes. But one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
You have enough to deal with after an accident. You don't want to spend a lot of that time messing around with insurance companies. Besides, what are you going to say to them? You really know the ins and outs? David Van Sant at Van Sant Law does. He used to work for the insurance companies. Their worst nightmare. He knows who to call, what to say, how to listen to them, and he has your best interest at heart. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
Georgia, it's time to make our voices heard. The Georgia Republican Party is committed to protecting our families, our freedoms, and our way of life. In the upcoming 2024-25 elections, we're dedicated to informing, educating, attracting, and inviting all Georgians to vote Republican at every level, state, local, and federal. Your support is crucial. Donations of any size are welcomed and appreciated. Visit gagop.org to donate today, and together let's make Georgia's future friendly and prosperous for everyone in Georgia. gagop.org.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal. As the longest continually operating franchise in Major League Baseball, the Atlanta Braves have plenty of history to share with fans. Tours of Truist Park are offered year-round, and take guests behind the scenes to areas normally off limits during games. With artifacts and exhibits distributed throughout the ballpark, it's a definite must for any Braves or baseball fan. Visit Braves.com/tours to purchase your tickets today. And did you know that along with exclusive tours around the ballpark, you can also host a private event at Truist Park? Corporate meetings, trade shows, team building events, holiday parties, rehearsal dinners, you name it. Truist Park can host it. Their dedicated staff is sure to bring your vision to life. Whether you're looking for a large space or something more intimate for your next event, there's a venue to accommodate your needs. Visit Braves.com/events to see more details. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves Country.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, October 29th. President Donald Trump made 2 campaign stops in Atlanta yesterday as he vies for the White House on November 5th. The former president's first stop was at a faith summit in Powder Springs, where he spoke with thousands of clergy members. He capped off the evening at Georgia Tech, where he spoke in front of thousands of supporters and curious students. Defense attorneys in the YSL RICO trial say they are in negotiations with Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis for plea deals in the nearly year-long trial. Judge Paige Reese Whitaker is still deciding on a possible mistrial, while the DA's office mulls over counteroffers on plea deals. Attorneys say discussions of plea deals are being held privately and did not offer any details. The jury was dismissed and expected to return to court this morning. The DA's office declined to comment on the plea negotiations. And in sports, Freddie Freeman set a record by homering in 5 straight World Series games, including a 2-run homer last night to give the Dodgers a 3-0 series lead in the World Series. The Dodgers went on to beat the Yankees 4-2 last night, setting up an elimination game tonight at 8:08 in New York. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Extra 106.3.
Tug Rhino and Los until 10 here on the Morning Extra. We have Trump's National Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, on with us this morning. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me. I'm doing great. We had a great rally in Atlanta last night. It was great to see so many Georgians. President Trump will be back before November 5th, and we're feeling good. We're feeling very confident in the win on November 5th.
Right on. We see a lot of momentum shifting his way. For the next 7 days, what is the biggest challenge Donald Trump faces?
Oh, that's a good question. I think keeping up the momentum, right, and keeping up the polls that we've seen and the energy out there. I know people are very much looking forward to this election and being able to cast their ballot. And I think another challenge is, encouraging as many people to get out and vote early if they can. We've seen very encouraging signs in the early vote. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Republicans are leading in the early vote or doing much better than they did in 2020 in these states. And so we feel like that's, a challenge is to encourage people to do that. But we're taking that challenge head on, and it seems to be working so far.
2024 Trump National Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt joining us here on the Morning Extra. Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina. Those three states might be the most important three states for Donald Trump in this election. If he takes those three, he wins this election. Georgia, obviously, you are in the focus on. Talk about North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Obviously, they're registering Republicans like crazy up in Pennsylvania. But what's the update on North Carolina when it comes to Donald Trump?
Well, the North Carolina update looks really good. North Carolina, we are leading the early vote. We actually get the data from our data magician every morning. I was just looking at it, and it still shows that Republicans are leading the early vote in North Carolina. So that's very encouraging. I believe it's a 19-point swing from where Republicans were with the early vote in 2020. So we're making huge improvements, which is very encouraging. It shows people are listening to President Trump's calls to get out and to bank their vote. And the reason we ask that is because you don't know what could happen to you on Election Day, right? You could have a family emergency. You could be running late at work. The polls close. You can't get a chance to cast your ballot. So if you bank it early when a time when it's convenient for you, then you also have more time to get out and to vote, encourage all your friends and family to vote too. So we're encouraging Georgians on your show this morning. If you feel like it today, go and vote, right? Or submit your ballot because we want to bank as many votes as early as possible.
Trump National Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. And I want to talk about game theory here, because I think that what has been so incredible about having J.D. Vance on this team is he's been the guy out there with the needle. He's been the one who's taken on the press, and it's allowed President Trump to be the fun person, to see that part of his personality. Talk about, being out on the trail. So much of what he's bringing up is laughter and fun and thinking about a more optimistic version of America.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you make. Senator Vance is by far the best surrogate we have for President Trump. I mean, he's just phenomenal, and he goes on the Sunday shows, and he crushes it. He pushes the message. He calls out the media for their lies. He speaks truth, and it's just so exciting to watch. And it does allow President Trump to be the leader of this campaign and to have fun on the campaign trail, which is what he's doing every day. It's just so ironic because Kamala Harris's message was that she's the candidate of joy and of change, but we don't see much joy coming from her. We see her screaming, angry, defensive, calling President Trump Hitler, calling half the country Nazis. It's despicable, the language she uses. Meanwhile, at Trump rallies, everyone's having fun. We're talking about making America healthy again, strong again, safe again. Every single day, you saw it at Madison Square Garden on Sunday night. Just the excitement, the energy, the spirit from Trump supporters, new and old, on the campaign trail is really something. And it's such a broad and diverse coalition. I was looking at the crowd in New York on Sunday. Only President Trump could pull together a room of so many people, regardless of race or religion, young people, old people, all there, because we all support the same things, right? We want to live in a strong country, a healthy country, a safe country, not just for ourselves, but for our children and for future generations.
Carolyn Levitt is Trump's national press secretary, and I would assume the movement of Democrats over to Donald Trump's platform has to be rewarding without a doubt. But are you surprised by it? Because I'll admit, going into this, when we started 2024 and the election really got into full swing, I never expected so many Democrats to be coming over, like an RFK, like a Tulsi Gabbard, but then just everyday voters too.
Yes. Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, Democrats who have joined our team, both highly respected critical thinkers who aren't buying into the Democrat Party's message that President Trump is comparing him to Hitler. They've seen that the Democrat Party has moved so far to the left, open borders, defunded police, taxing people higher than communist China's tax rate. None of those policies actually work. We've seen that across the country, especially in Democrat-run sanctuary cities. And so we are so excited to have Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. on the team. And we're not just seeing it with them, we're seeing it with everyday Americans who feel as though the party of JFK has been left behind and it's become this new party that's unrecognizable, and we welcome them to join our team. You don't have to agree with President Trump on everything, but you should agree on the most basic things, and that is, again, wanting our children to grow up in a country that's affordable and safe and secure.
As a press secretary, Caroline, you have to be the spokesperson for, obviously KJP is for the White House, you are for Donald Trump. What makes you cringe? There are certain things. I love Donald Trump, and I get his jokes, I get his sarcasm, I get all that, but the press is going to use anything. What are some things? Like, did the Kill Tony thing just kind of make you cringe and go, ugh, now I got to deal with this guy because of what he said?
Well, sure, but it's not something President Trump said, right? And it's just so despicable that the media takes a joke that was made by a comedian and runs with it for 2 days and turns it into a news cycle. And we expected that as soon as the joke came out of the guy's mouth. We don't agree with what he said, obviously. I mean, of course, that's not the views of President Trump or the campaign. I mean, again, it was a joke made by a comedian because America has lost its sense of humor. Was it made in bad taste? Yes. Did it fall flat? Yes. And we don't agree with what he said. But again, it was a joke. And we had so many other great speakers like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, Elon Musk, Dana White, friends and family of President Trump. Senator Vance spoke. You have Vivek Ramaswamy up there, all speaking truths. And rather than talk about those truths and the issues that are actually impacting Americans, the media wants to hyper-focus on a joke that was made by a comedian at the very beginning of the night. And it's because we have fake news in this country. It's arguably the biggest problem we have. President Trump talks about it all the time, and I have the great pleasure of fighting back against them all day, every day.
Only one party has lost their sense of humor, by the way. Half of America still has one.
I hope so.
Trump National Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt is our guest here on the Morning Extra. And I want to follow up with what you just brought up, because I think this has really worked out for college football Saturdays, NFL Sundays, pointing out what Kamala Harris has talked about when it comes to surgeries for transsexual prisoners, for people that are being detained. I think that has resonated in a way that it's her words. It's not Donald Trump where they'll take a snippet and say, well, here's how he stands and here's what he thinks and here's a 1-second clip. You can legitimately play 30 seconds of Kamala Harris talking about things, and it turns the American people off.
Yes, she's a disaster. I mean, name an interview she's done that she's done right. Fox News was a train wreck. NBC, she can't even get it straight. CNN Town Hall with Anderson Cooper, the friendliest of hosts on the friendliest network, and she still can't answer a straight question. She dodges every question she receives, and it's because, here's the thing about Kamala Harris, she's a phony politician. Love Donald Trump or hate Donald Trump, at least you know where Donald Trump stands. And you need a leader who you know where they stand, and you need a leader who has conviction and will make decisions based on what they think is best for the country, and then they will run through a wall to defend those positions. Kamala Harris has flip-flopped on every single position she's ever held, and it's because she's been such a far leftist her entire career. She's the most radical person the Democrat Party has ever had at their ticket, and the Democrat Party establishment knows that she's unelectable if she hangs true to the values that she's pushed for so many years. So now she's trying to moderate her persona ahead of the election, deceive voters into believing that she'll be a moderate Democrat. She will not. She is a radical liberal at heart. Look at the things she has voted for in the past, and that's why Kamala Harris has such a hard time answering questions and having real discussions about policy, because she doesn't know where she stands. She is a fake politician. She has no conviction, unlike President Trump, who is authentic, says what he believes, and sticks to it.
That's right. No, there's no doubt about that. She's the machine, for sure. Trump National Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt joins us on the Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Los. How do y'all plan to defend against the Democrats, unless it's a landslide, if any election's close and Donald Trump is declared the winner? How do y'all plan to fight against the Democrats' plan not to decertify the election or call it rigged and stolen and all of these things that they are already lining up ducks in a row because they know they're in bad shape? How are y'all planning to fight against that?
Well, we have a great election integrity team this year. It's something different from 2020 that has changed. We've hired hundreds of thousands of volunteer lawyers and paid lawyers who are on the ground in battleground states ready to fight that fight. We've trained hundreds of thousands of poll watchers and challengers who are going to be at the polls on Election Day, making sure that, we have a fair and honest system where every vote is cast and counted legally and lawfully. So we're confident in our election integrity efforts that we've been working on for many, many months now. And that it's been a lead up. We've been plotting and gaming. In fact, I was talking to our election integrity head of that program, and he said that he has the 10 worst scenarios that could possibly happen on Election Day written out on a whiteboard, and he and his team have basically role-played what to do if any one of these scenarios comes up. So rest assured, we're thinking about everything, and we're prepared no matter what happens. And we're very confident President Trump is going to win, and we're very hopeful and again confident that Americans' voices will be heard in this election.
Trump National Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt joining us here on the Morning Extra. Let me ask you this. I heard Donald Trump turn to Matt Gaetz and say, we got a big secret. We got something we got to say, but maybe we'll hold on to that for a little bit. October surprises are normal in elections. I think the October surprise, by the way, think it was brilliant to have Donald Trump for 3 hours with Joe Rogan. I think it was amazing, and I think that really might have been the October surprise and puts away this election. But is there something else that might come up?
It's so funny. The president said that, and everyone is speculating what he said. What he meant was tele-rallies. He's been doing tele-rallies every single day. It's something the media hasn't picked up on because we call the lines of hundreds of thousands of voters in any given state. We, of course, focus on the battleground states, but we've done some others too. And President Trump calls them on the phone directly and has a free line to speak to hundreds of thousands of voters. And it's been proven very successful. Our retention rates on these calls are incredibly high, higher than any other candidate that's tried to do them, because people hear Donald Trump on the phone live, and you can tell it's live. He's truly talking. I do these with him almost every single day.
I've been on as well.
And he shares his message with people. Yeah, so it's great, and it's a little secret, I guess, that we've had. But that's what he was referring to. It was nothing more crazy than that.
Trump National Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. So 280 is obviously the goal. But if we were to see something that's astronomical, if we see that President Trump wins the popular vote and just destroys it in the Electoral College, how much wind does that put at his sails when it comes to things like mass deportations, things that might be a little bit ugly for this country to have to deal with?
Look, mass deportations have to happen. What's been ugly is the last 4 years under Kamala Harris. Wide open border, rapists, drug dealers, murderers coming into our country. I spoke in Georgia last night. When I was on the stage ahead of President Trump, someone yelled out Laken Riley. And it was a good reminder of the consequences of this administration's policies. Women and children, their lives being taken. We've lost 320,000 children in this country. We have no idea where they are. They've been sold into sex trafficking and sex slave industry. It's despicable, and it needs to end, and that's what's ugly, and President Trump's going to do what he has to do to get it done, and that means deporting people who have crossed our nation's border illegally, broke our country's laws. It's unfair, and it's an unsustainable system, and there needs to be consequences for those who disrespect our country in such a way.
No doubt about it. Trump National Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, final thought here. The binder. Do you have a binder like KJP that gives you all the answers, or did you just answer those off the cuff? Were you able to just fire from the hip?
I don't have a binder with me this morning. I don't have a binder at all, actually. I just do this so much, you guys. It's off the top of my head. And I was with President Trump all day yesterday. We got home in Palm Beach last night very late. So I spend a lot of time with him. I know what he's thinking. I know our message. But KJP's binder could use an update because she still doesn't have the answers, even though she has one sitting in front of her.
Well, now all she has to say is, I grew up in a middle-class family, too.
And that's just it.
Didn't we all?
Yeah, I reckon we did. Carolyn, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Best of luck. We're pulling for President Trump in 7 days.
Thank you so much, guys. We'll be back in Georgia very soon. Thank you.
Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. When we come back, a lesson about what's going on in the world with Congressman Byron Donalds on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
Tuesday the 5th, we decide the future of America. And Extra 106.3 is live and commercial-free all night with unmatched coverage of the 2024 presidential election.
Trust Extra 106.3 to be the voice you need right now.
The entire Extra staff is live starting after the Kimmer Show at 6 p.m. with Tug, Rhino, Los, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder all live together on the air, live on YouTube, and streaming on the Extra app. Plus some of the biggest local and national voices sounding in on the results in real time, including the Talkmaster Neil Bortz, Janelle and Calvin King, Joey Jones, and many more. The best election night conversation and your calls all night until a winner is declared. All live on the Extra 106.3 app, streaming live on YouTube and over the air on the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM.
I don't know about you, but I sleep better with white noise. Like whether it's a sound machine or it's just the fan in the bathroom that is across from our bedroom. I like white noise. Sometimes if I don't have anything, I'll wait to hear the HVAC come on because that white noise helps me fall to sleep. Maybe you're like that too. But any way it goes, whether it helps you fall asleep or just keeps you comfortable, you got to have an HVAC system that is maintained and fully functional to make sure that your house is the way you want it to be. So right now, if you need a maintenance agreement, you can get it with Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Chuck and his team at Central Heating and Air have been servicing Atlanta since 1947. Goodness gracious. One of the very few second-generation locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. They will give you the best deal possible, up to $2,000 off a new Carrier system. Say the maintenance you're just too late on that one. And your HVAC system has just run its course. Central would like you to know that you can get a great deal. Just trusting them with your heating and air conditioning, home performance needs, they will be there for you. So call them today, whether you need a maintenance agreement or you need a new system altogether. Call Central Heating and Air Conditioning at 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
Extra 106.3 listeners are falling in love with Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell.
Me and my wife now find our favorite sandwich place. That food over there was great.
Yeah, those rolls are so soft and sweet. I mean, it was just melt in your mouth. It was, and the steak was tender and juicy and flavorful. I can't say enough about it. It was very, very impressive.
It was so good.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner. Nucky'sHoagies.com.
Hey, are you paying crazy rates for your health insurance? Call Doug Moore at 770-697-0100. Your health insurance costs shouldn't look like a house payment. Are you tired of having things not covered, like doctor visits, labs, etc.? Doug can help, so call him at 770-697-0100. Doug sells all forms of health insurance. His plans have no deductibles, and you don't have to switch doctors. If you're paying too much for health insurance, Doug can help. He has over 20 years' experience. You can go to his website and request a quote. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net. That's yourchoicehealthplan.net or call his cell phone at 770-697-0100. Doug can make a plan that you will be able to use. Call 770-697-0100 and he can help. Or go to his website to request a quote, yourchoicehealthplan.net, and contact him. Doug says don't fret. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net and he can bring rates down. 770-697-0100.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
At Nelson Elder Care Law, we understand that family's everything. That's why we prioritize your family's future with personalized asset protection solutions. Call us today to schedule your legacy planning meeting and discover how our team can tailor our services to meet your family's unique needs, ensuring a secure and worry-free future. NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlantis Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth, or they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there, napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans Automatic, 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. 404-263-7733. It's AtlantaSmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. AtlantaSmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. AtlantaSmiles.com.
Xtra 106.3 is proud to be your conservative voice in Atlanta, and we offer a huge slate of original podcasts. Head over to thepodcastpark.com and grab the podcast that you love, all presented by Associated Credit Union.
When you want to know what in the world's going on, you go to a source that you trust. You go to a source that doesn't give you BS, so you stay away from the mainstream media for the most part. Or you can, I think, probably just ask Byron Donalds, because he can give you the answer, Los.
Yeah, he does. He was a guest on CNBC yesterday, and he was being interviewed by Andrew Sorkin, who started talking about some of the rhetoric that is going on within the, well, I would just say the entirety of the political climate. But here was the wild part. He was trying to, this being Sorkin, associate it all to Donald Trump. Oh, look what their group is doing. Look at what they're saying. I want you to take a listen to Byron Donalds, who had the most hilarious look on his face. It's not going to work for radio, but he almost looked like, what planet are you living on? Take a listen.
What you don't see, you don't go to other rallies for Harris or see in a Harris rally that kind of vitriol. It just, you see, look, there's... I don't think you do.
Kamala Harris spends half her time talking about her rival as Hitler. After he's been, there have been attempts on his life, not once, but twice. She's doing it right now. Every Democrat official at these rallies refers to him as Adolf Hitler. You got Hillary Clinton running around there hawking her book that nobody wants to buy, frankly. And she's talking about how this is akin to 1939. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah. I love the look on his face of what world are you, what are you covering? What world are you living on that you actually with a straight face would go on CNBC and go, man, listen to the words that are coming out of that campaign. That seems problematic.
Poor Byron Donalds has dealt with so many racist attacks from the left just because he has a different viewpoint of the world, because he has a different viewpoint of what's best for the American people. So he's seen this. He realizes it, and he lives with this every day as a representative out of Florida. And yet, he is the best speaker when it comes to this. Every time he takes the stage, every time he holds a press conference, he delivers fact after fact after fact. So to sit there and school CNBC, it's easy for him at this point.
And when Sorkin says, they don't ever sound mean and angry, Byron Donalds' response?
Look,
They don't?
They don't?
It's like Scooby-Doo, man.
The look on his face.
Hitler, Nazis, fascists. Nah.
Maybe it's just they've used it so much now that it's been the better part of since 2016 moving forward that it's lost its sting. And it really goes to like the whole idea of like the boy who cried wolf. There is no bigger crying of wolf than comparing someone to Hitler. Yet they have managed to do it so often it's completely taken the sting out of it.
Because it means nothing. Because if you use it on everyone that you disagree with, people figure out, oh, They just don't agree with you. That's why you're doing. Got it.
I got it.
Yeah, it's just check the box, man. I understand what you're doing now. So if somebody really thought that maybe that he could be Hitler, they would probably look at his record and go, he's never been before. What would make him start now?
So let me just get this straight. If you choose to use the media for mind manipulation, that was always kind of a Nazi thing. Does that really scream Donald Trump, or does that scream modern day Democrats? Oh, I'm just kind of wondering. There's so many of these parallels that it's almost like they're describing themselves as a socialist movement. They're describing themselves, and yet because they don't want to say it, they don't want to talk about how they more than likely. As we've seen with Tim Walz when he talked about when it came to China and how he learned how to govern from watching the Chinese, these people obsess and love seeing totalitarian power and how to use it.
They sure do. The funny part to me, too, is obviously Byron Donalds has done a good job. J.D. Vance faces the same thing. And I think this is why a lot of people are just done with the Democrat Party and their virtue signaling and all the things that they continue to say. Because you're trying to get these people, Byron Donalds and J.D. Vance, to come out and talk about what they're going to do, the issues that are ahead of them, and what they're going to do when they win the White House or when they win their seat. And they can't, because the media continues to throw out these false facts, these little pieces that they take out of interviews and use in their own context and actually distract from what the issues are at hand when it comes to the economy, the border. They don't get to talk about those things because they're defending ridiculous ideas from the mainstream media. And I think that's why a lot of people are like, hey, we're done. We're going to go over to the side that actually is delivering facts because we have to go find them.
Well, I have a question for you guys, and talk to me like I'm 6 years old. All right, when Donald Trump ends up, let's say, getting 330 electoral votes, okay? Like, we went, because when you look at the numbers, even if he just skids by 270 and gets to 280, you're like, okay, he got 280, all right, this is what it came down to. If you jump into the realm of what 2016 was or more, and let's say it's in the 330 range, 320, 330 range, what do they attack him with for the next 4 years?
Buddy, they're going to continue. It's just going to be a continuation. There's nothing there, so they have to just continue with this. Even though it's failing, even though it doesn't work, there's nothing else. They'll have to continue with this.
Like, Rhino, I mean, if you've used Hitler, what's the next 4 years look like?
Well, the next 4 years is distracting from ideas and why they block bills that make common sense. That's what they're going to do. They're going to try to shut everything down, and every bill that they put forward, they're going to pretend is a socialist idea or a fascist idea. They're going to just play on the deportation thing. That's it. They're going to continue to tell you lies about these people having the right to be in this country legally. That's all they can do. Then they're going to go to the women's rights. Oh, they took away women's rights. You've made a huge mistake. And they're going to start campaigning for 2028.
They will continue to call him Hitler. That will not change. Rhino's right on the actions that they'll take and the things they'll do, but they will continue with this name because they feel
they need the midterms.
Absolutely.
This will be a 2-year midterm race. For the next 2 years, all they're going to do is try to win the House and the Senate back by saying they're trying to pass these kind of ridiculous policies.
I think that's 100% correct, and they will absolutely stick with the Hitler name, even though it makes no sense whatsoever. And then, I mean, right now you got a guy, as they call Trump Hitler. You have a guy that had a relationship that's running for vice president with a woman, a daughter of a man who is part of the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party. So it seems like you would want to point that out if you're the media.
No.
You would want to point that out and say, hey, maybe we should investigate this. Maybe we should hold back our vote before we know what the relationship is and what was shared, because this man in Tim Walz was part of the National Guard when he had this affair.
May I?
Yes, please.
I think that what happened yesterday when that news broke, there was a moment where the Democrats said, well, this isn't bad for us. It makes him look more straight.
It's the first thing that makes him look actually manly.
That kind of came across my mind and how they responded to it. Not that he was sleeping with a Chinese student whose father was connected with the CCP. They were like, at least this makes him a little more manly.
Yeah.
Dude, I love it.
Yeah.
That never crossed my mind, and it is so correct.
He ran a great pick six.
That's right, exactly. Good Lord.
But explain that to the audience, Rhino, because I was having a big kick out of that one too.
So while he was playing Madden with AOC, he put out on Twitter that she runs a great pick six. And then everybody just trashed him saying, you don't run a pick six. Do you understand what a pick six is? Just another football term that the coach, and I'm doing that with air quotes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, an interception return for a touchdown is known as a pick six. There's no such thing as like, I'm running a pick six.
I'm running a pick six play here.
I'm kicking a touchdown.
Again. That's why you're so right.
That's a home run.
That's why you're so right. They were like, finally, he actually looks manly a little bit. Dr. Ben Carson joins us next after a Fox News update and Neil Bortz report.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Last week until the election, one thing is an absolute certainty. The Democrat Party media arm is going to be going full blast, painting Donald Trump as everything but a son of God. He's a Nazi. He's a fascist. He's a racist. I don't think they've gotten a child molester yet, but they're probably working on it. So now may be the time for me to once again address this idiocy of calling everybody you don't like a racist. 98.6% of the people that use that word have no clue in hell what it means. So I'm going to help you out right now. Yes, there are racial difficulties in this country, promoted heavily by the Democrat Party. We have prejudice, we have bigotry, we have racism. And you're not going to solve these problems if you can't properly identify them. So I will right now. Reader's Digest version, if you remember that magazine. Prejudice means you have prejudged somebody or something. Every one of us prejudges every single day. It's a survival mechanism. Bigotry, that just means you have an extreme dislike or even hatred for another person or another group of people. That's all it means. You don't like them. That is not racism. What is racism? Until the left tried so hard to change the definition, it was a belief in the inherent biological inferiority of a race of people. Those people are biologically and inherently inferior to me. Racism. Saying that Puerto Rico is an island of garbage in the context of a joke is not racism. But you'll hear that word constantly over the next week. The Democrat media arm hard at work. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Extra 106.3 FM.
You know what makes every diamond unique and special are his 4 C's. It's cut, clarity, color, and carat weight. But do you know what makes Diamonds Direct special and unique? It's our own 4 C's. The first C, concept. Diamonds Direct has revolutionized jewelry shopping by eliminating middleman markups and giving you direct access to the world's finest diamonds straight from the diamond cutters. The second C, choice. Diamonds Direct's multi-million-dollar selection of precious diamonds is unparalleled. And with over 4,000 designer settings to choose from, you are empowered to make a decision that works for your style and taste. Third C, confidence. With a nationwide price guarantee, a free lifetime warranty, our unique 110% diamond upgrade policy, and our no-pressure, no-risk environment, you have total peace of mind. And the fourth C, community. Every year, we partner with local charities and nonprofits with significant donations of time, money, and jewelry to make this a better place for everyone. Diamonds Direct, as unique, as special, and as rare as every diamond in our showcase. Proud to call ATL home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
I've been with EMC Security for over 10 years, and their service and support are always fantastic. There's nothing better than a business that understands that great service earns loyalty, unlike companies that rely on contracts. Plus, their prices are unbeatable, and they're always focused on solving any issues quickly.
It's time to experience long-term satisfaction and true customer care. EMC Security, exceeding customer expectations since 1998. Visit emcsecurity.com for a free quote.
Isn't it funny how the Democrats always focus on the bad part of American history and they never talk about the good part of American history?
Yeah.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
The Capitol riot back in focus. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Steve Bannon, a former Trump advisor who went to prison over it, was set free early this morning, hours before Vice President Harris holds a rally at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C., speaking where then President Trump spoke January 6, 2021, before his supporters stormed the Capitol. As for Bannon,
he was released from federal prison in Connecticut. Bannon was convicted in 2022 on 2 counts of contempt of Congress for refusing to comply with a subpoena from the House committee investigating the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol.
That's Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Now, a week before the election, Vice President Harris says that she and former President Trump have very different visions.
His is focused on himself and the past.
She rallied in Michigan.
My common sense plan will lower the prices you pay on everything from prescription medication to groceries to housing. On the other hand, Donald Trump will raise costs on you and your family.
At a Trump rally last night in Georgia, the former president said,
I'm asking you to dream big again, and this will be America's new golden age. We're going to have a golden age.
And he called Democrats' rhetoric dangerous and horrible.
The newest line from Kamala and her campaign is that everyone who isn't voting for her is a Nazi.
Next hour, the former president will answer reporter questions in Florida, then campaign in 2 events in Pennsylvania. More than 46 million Americans have already voted early, but in Oregon and Washington state, someone targeted ballots, bombing drop boxes.
There was enough evidence collected at all 3 scenes that lead us to believe that all 3 incidents are connected.
That's Mike Benner with police in Portland, Oregon, where only 3 ballots were destroyed, but hundreds were burned in Vancouver, Washington. As ceasefire talks continue in the Middle East, so do Israel's airstrikes in Gaza as they target militants Israel claims are hiding among civilians. A strike early today hit a building sheltering displaced Palestinians, and officials in Gaza say at least 60 people were killed. America's listening to Fox News.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
If the left made any sense, they would be right. Listen to Extra 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. So delighted to have Dr. Ben Carson join us this morning. Dr. Carson, thank you for taking the time. Hello.
Can everybody hear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome to the show, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
So, Dr. Carson, I, like you, am a man of faith. My faith is the most important thing to me. And I'm concerned that Christians aren't getting out and voting. And I know at our church, they oftentimes say, make sure you're taking part in the process. And they don't pick, or tell you who you should vote for. But they oftentimes talk about the importance of being involved in the political process. How do we get more Christians engaged? Because if we did, this seems like it would be a landslide.
It would be a landslide. It's 20 million Christians, evangelicals, did not vote in 2020. That's enough to completely control the direction of the country. And we have no right to complain if we're not getting involved and helping people to see the light. And I think a lot of people realizing that. I think that's why you're seeing a tremendous increase in the number of people who are voting early this year. And a lot of them are conservatives, and a lot of them are Christians. And I think if we don't realize that the responsibility is to our children, our grandchildren, all those people who are coming after us, then we're just not thinking. We got to look at what's happening right in front of our eyes. You have people like Kamala Harris saying, disinformation, we must identify misinformation, and we must hold people to account. That is simply laying the groundwork for censorship, because anything that they don't agree with, they will consider disinformation. And if we don't stop it now, it will get completely out of hand. It's the way it started in so many other nations that were free and then turned to a Marxist ideology.
Dr. Ben Carson joining us here on the Morning Extra. Sir, it's an honor to be speaking to you. I want to know why you decided, hey, I need to get out here. I need to talk. What's the most important issue and reason that Donald Trump needs to win this election to save this republic?
Because we're talking not about Republicans and Democrats. We're talking about, are we going to have a country that is up by and for the people, or up by and for the government? Two completely different things. And some of the things that Kamala Harris and the leftists are proposing would change this country forever. You know, stacking the Supreme Court, for instance. What a difference that would make. And the amount of spending that they're planning to do, and they don't seem to understand the domino effect of the various things. You know, I'm fascinated because I sometimes hear the economists saying there's a cycle to our economy. It goes up for a while, and it goes down, and it goes up, and it goes down like a sine wave. What a bunch of garbage. What happens is we have people in who understand the economy like we did during the last administration. And then you have people who have no concept of what is going on. They don't understand how we use our natural resources, our petroleum products. We've learned how to extract them and use them so that we have the cleanest air and water we've ever had. Now, if we understand that we can become the world supplier of liquid natural gas, think about what that would do for our economy. And then, you know, they're yelling about the tariffs that Trump is proposing. He's proposing selective tariffs where they count, not just broad slap of tariffs on everything. But the other side uses scare tactics because they can't really talk about their economic program. They can't talk about anything that makes any sense. So he's a Nazi, and he's going to destroy the country, and there'll be no democracy in our country. That's all they can do because they really can't talk about any of their programs.
Dr. Ben Carson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. And, sir, I don't think there's a better person, given your history of pediatric care, to ask this question to. The idea of MAHA, of Make America Healthy Again, I think it really resonated with a lot of people when RFK Jr. brought up how we have to love our children more than hate each other. I'm so excited to see that not only Donald Trump really focusing on the health of the American economy, but looking at some of the systemic stuff that's going on with our society that's making people sick. Has that seemed to have broadened the tent, in your opinion?
I am so happy to see the emphasis on that right now. You know, I've said for a long time, if everybody ate 3 well-balanced meals a day, drank 6 to 8 glasses of water, exercised regularly, got a full night's sleep, and didn't put harmful substances in their body, most of us in medicine would be out of a job. Having said that, medicine is a great career because people aren't going to do it. But we need to start emphasizing it and showing them that there is a better way. And, you know, particularly with our processed foods and fast foods, you know, there are things that we can do that will make them healthier. And they do those things in a lot of other nations. You know, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can see what they're doing.
Dr. Ben Carson, our guest on the Morning Extra, Tug Rhino and Front Office Los. Dr. Carson, when you're looking at rallies like that happened here in Duluth, Georgia, at Gas South Arena, and the one at Madison Square Garden, you're seeing a variety of different people showing up at Donald Trump rallies. Is the message finally getting through to everyone? Because I don't like to group people by their their gender or their sex or their color or where they're from. I just like to call people Americans. Are you seeing a very good variety of Americans waking up to the message that Donald Trump has, that it's America first? That means you, not you broken down into boxes, but all of us.
Well, you see the diversity in the crowds, and there's a reason for that, because Donald Trump believes that a rising tide lifts all boats, and his previous administration, the policies were aimed at everyone, and everyone benefited. You know, America is a diverse nation, and one of the things that allowed us to succeed early on is there was a phrase that was used by our founders. It's called the common good. Well, that was seen throughout the communities in America. There would be all these little places with 100 families, many of them from different countries. They barely spoke the same language, but they understood the concept of the common good. And that's why those communities thrive. If it was harvest time and Mr. Johnson broke his leg, everybody else harvested his crops, no questions asked. They didn't care what his religion was or what his politics were. It was that he was their neighbor. And that's something that we can bring back. And a lot of people say that Donald Trump is hateful and that he's spreading division. No, it's the other side that's hateful and that's spreading the division. And Donald Trump is one of the nicest people that I know when he's not being attacked. But when is he not being attacked? I mean, you should see his interactions with just common people when there are no cameras around. And you can see that he actually cares about people. And remember, this is a man who was already as famous as anyone in the world, was a multi-billionaire. He didn't have to do this. But he was concerned about what was happening to our country. And that is really an outstanding character.
Dr. Ben Carson joining us here on the Morning Extra. We talked about, obviously, RFK Jr. and Tulsi and everybody coming over and the difference in the party today. While you were in college, you could have been drafted to Vietnam. You said in one of your books that you identified strongly with a lot of the anti-war protesters. Are you surprised at how our party has changed and the Democrats have now become the party of warmongering and bringing in the thought of just continually funding these forever wars compared to the GOP and Donald Trump, who's saying we could do this and have peace throughout the world?
There's been a massive change from the time when I was a young person. You know, I told RFK Jr. the other day that his dad was one of the people that I really loved. But those Democrats were very different than the Democrats today. And they were much more caring and, interested in making sure that things worked for everyone. That's not the case anymore. Now it's all politics for them. And it's very harmful in its hatred, in its division. I mean, calling Trump a Nazi? And do they really know who the Nazis were? Do they know what they did to people? And what that really does is it diminishes the horror of the Holocaust.
Dr. Ben Carson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. In your opinion, sir, what changed? Is a lust for power? Is it just the idea of trying a hatred for Donald Trump? How did the Democrat of even Bill Clinton's era of 20 years ago, how has it altered so much from what it was just several years ago to what it is now?
Well, unfortunately, we have lost a major component of who we are, and that is our faith. When you look at our founding document, the Declaration of Independence, it says there are certain inalienable rights. Unalienable rights come from our Creator, a.k.a. God, among those being life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that was what drove us. Now we have a situation where there are a whole lot of people who don't care that much about life from the womb to the tomb. There are a whole bunch of people who don't care that much about your liberty and how you think you should be able to run your life. Instead, they want to mandate what kind of car you drive, what kind of oven you have. They want to mandate how your children are taught. Complete departure from our founding document and our founding principles. And I think a lot of Americans are waking up to that fact. I think that's why you're going to see a historic turnout for this election, because we, the people, were the safeguard that our founders built into the system because they knew we would come to this point. Virtually all nations do. But they built in that safeguard to keep us from going over the edge. I think the people will rise to the occasion.
I certainly hope so. Dr. Carson, our guest on the Morning Xtra, Tug, Rhino, and Los on Extra 106.3. Dr. Carson, because I struggle with this a lot. My faith is, as I said in the beginning, that's the most important thing to me besides my wife and my son. How much politics should be talked about from the pulpit? Because I struggle with that. I don't like to see a pastor say this is who you should vote for. Am I wrong about that? Do you think they should be more direct to the congregation and the parishioners?
Well, I don't think that there's anything wrong with talking politics. You're told from the time that you're a little child, there are two things you should not talk about in public: politics and religion. Those are the exact things we need to be talking about. Those are the areas that are being attacked. Our country cannot be brought down militarily, but it can be brought down from within by destroying our values, our morality. And if you go back and you look at the congressional record, January the 10th, 1963, Congressman Herlong from Florida read in the 45 goals of communism in America. I mean, it is astonishing. Gain control of the public school system and the teacher union so you can indoctrinate the kids. Gain control of Hollywood and the news media so that you could manipulate the morals of the people. They depress the value of the family, particularly the men. Make sexual perversion normal, natural, and healthy. I mean, the list goes on. And when you look at it, you recognize the reason that Khrushchev said to Eisenhower over 60 years ago, your grandchildren's children will live under our system and we won't have to fire one shot, is because they had this plan. We think we won the Cold War, but they planted some pretty awful seeds. And unless we recognize that we're being manipulated, they're going to win. But I think we are coming to that recognition. And I think we're going to come out of this okay.
Boy, I hope so. Dr. Ben Carson joining us here. In 2017 to 2021, you were the Secretary of Urban Housing and Urban Development. We've heard Kamala Harris's ideas about giving away loans for certain groups for homes. We know that homes are out of price range for a lot of Americans, and the American dream is dying. Kind of a two-part question. Where did she go wrong, and what do you think we can do better when we win this office? And second, would you take another position as a cabinet member or part of the transition team with Donald Trump's presidency?
Well, I've given up on the idea of retirement, and so I am going to be. I'm going to be involved one way or another because it's our responsibility. You think about all the people who sacrificed everything, including their lives, so that we could live in peace and freedom. We can't just shirk our responsibility now. So, yeah, I will definitely be involved. As far as Harris's ideas about housing, they just show that she doesn't really understand the housing market and how the economy works. You throw $25,000 to people in a market where housing is very tight. There aren't a lot of houses available. What's going to happen? You're going to raise the price of the house for $25,000. It's not really helping anything. There are a lot of things that can be done, but the key thing is you have to have a thriving economy. That's what allows people to buy houses. That's why we had such a robust increase in the number of homeowners during the 2008 to 2012 recession. Because people could afford to buy houses. They could afford to pay the mortgage. They could afford to pay the the last Trump administration. If you fix the economy, the other things come along. There's a domino effect. By the same token, by not using our petroleum products to the maximum, we've increased the value of Putin's materials. And now, he's a bit of a bully. And the reason he can carry on this war in Ukraine indefinitely is because we've empowered him to do so with our energy policies. We need people who understand the domino effect of their actions. President Trump does. A lot of people in the business world, that's what they do. They look at the consequences of what you do 4, 5, 6 steps down the line. They don't just look at what's staring them in the face. That's a big difference, and it will improve the quality of life for everybody if we have the kind of leadership that has the sophistication to understand how things work.
Dr. Carson, thank you so much for taking the time this morning. Our audience so appreciates who you are and what you represent, and we wish you nothing but the best, and we look forward to seeing you being an integral part of the Trump transition team and then the ultimate government here in the United States, because we need more people just like you.
Make sure everybody gets out and votes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
God bless you.
We've
sir.
all done our part
yes,
so
sir.
far.
Everybody on the show has. We're all caught up and in good standing.
Terrific. Take care.
Yes, sir.
Thank
God bless
you,
you. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Y'all, smartest man I think I've ever spoken to in my whole life. Right there. I really do.
That was big. I mean, you and I have done this for a long time, and Ben Carson, to you, you've always brought him up and in such great regard, and to be able to get him on the show and talk to him, I mean,
yeah, super cool.
Such a brilliant man.
Yeah, no doubt. And we can dive into some of the things that he talked about, because he may have changed my mind on a couple of things. Next on the Morning Extra.
Are you coming around?
Well, when Dr. Carson says you should come around, maybe you should come around.
Yes.
How to lose an election badly. Next in story time with Front Office Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999 here in Atlanta. You can reach out to them at 8779-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co.
President is sworn in. Executive orders will fly. Try to come up with some ideas in what those executive orders will be.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
It's fall, y'all. And no matter what your family has on the plate, Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. If you're headed to a game, then tailgate in style in the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds everything you need for the tailgate and keeps the most precious cargo, your family, safe. Maybe you're just taking a ride up to the mountains to see the leaves, or driving to spend time with the family. Wherever you're headed this fall, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. And we're proud to offer you so much more than a car buying experience. At Subaru of Gwinnett, we extend that saving to our amazing and reliable service department, where you'll get unmatched service and specials you'll love during our fall service event. Visit us on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth and let us show you how our family can take care of your family. Or start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
A coach who knows the game can teach their team how to improve. But one who genuinely cares about each player
have what it takes. We got this.
Can inspire them to win. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit Truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
Join your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets on Saturday, November 9th as they take on the Miami Hurricanes at Bobby Dodd Stadium at Hyundai Field, presented by Delta.
Into the end zone! Touchdown, Jackets!
Get the party started before the game at Hell of a Block Party, driven by Hyundai, featuring Atlanta native and legendary rapper, songwriter, producer, and actor Big Boy for a free concert. Tickets start at only $60 at ramblinwreck.com/tickets. Sting 'em.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. ATLturfco.com.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, The Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Xtra 106.3.
This is Jonathan Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, Atlanta's engagement ring and wedding band destination since 1939. Why? Easy. Hand-picked diamonds that just shine brighter at a value that can't be beat. An unbelievable selection of engagement rings and wedding bands, from classic to modern to off the wall, because hey, you like what you like. And because we've been jewelers for generations, we can bring your dream ring to life with full custom abilities. If you're getting engaged, we make shopping for diamonds easy with Atlanta's best staff of trained gemologists. Tell us what matters to you, and we'll work together to get you the best value. We're a small family-owned business. We live here. We want you to like us. Already engaged? Congrats, you found your perfect match. Time for your ring to find its perfect match. Just bring yourself, your partner, stack them up, and try as many wedding band looks as you can dream up. Make it personal with touches like birthstones and engraving. So when it's time for the next chapter, come see Atlanta's most trusted jeweler since 1939, D. Geller & Son, in Atlanta, Kennesaw, and Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, October 29th. President Donald Trump made 2 campaign stops in Atlanta yesterday as he vies for the White House on November 5th. The former president's first stop was at a faith summit in Powder Springs, where he spoke with thousands of clergy members. He capped off the evening at Georgia Tech, where he spoke in front of thousands of supporters and curious students. Defense attorneys in the YSL RICO trial say they are in negotiations with Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis for plea deals in the nearly year-long trial. Judge Paige Reese Whitaker is still deciding on a possible mistrial, while the DA's office mulls over counteroffers on plea deals. Attorneys say discussions of plea deals are being held privately and did not offer any details. The jury was dismissed and expected to return to court this morning. The DA's office declined to comment on the plea negotiations. And in sports, Freddie Freeman set a record by homering in 5 straight World Series games, including a 2-run homer last night to give the Dodgers a 3-0 series lead in the World Series. The Dodgers went on to beat the Yankees 4-2 last night, setting up an elimination game tonight at 8:08 in New York. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Xtra 106.3.
The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. They're doing a roof giveaway for the holidays. If you know a deserving family that could use a hand up when it comes to a new roof, then reach out to Southern Exteriors today. Their website is southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co. We're going to get to story time with Front Office Los, but I wanted to get some reaction on this because I think it's fascinating, coming off of the weekend where Donald Trump did the Joe Rogan podcast. So, Joe Rogan tweeted, "For the record, the Harris campaign has not passed on doing the podcast. They offered a date for Tuesday, but I would have to travel to her, and they only wanted to do an hour. I strongly feel the best way to do it is in the studio in Austin. My sincere wish is to have a nice conversation and get to know her as a human being. I really hope we can make it happen." And then they basically tweeted out from @JoeRoganHQ, the actual podcast Twitter handle, "Austin podcast or let her walk. thoughts. And if you read some of the reaction, everybody's like, dude, you're doing her a favor. Let her walk. She can't dictate the things that you ask about, the details. She can't do that.
Well, the reality of it is this. His show is built on having a conversation for more than 2 hours. It could be anywhere from 2 to 2.5 to 3 hours. That's what this show is about. It's also about being in his studio in a place that you come to do the interview. You don't ask an entire radio station to pick up and come to you, and you don't ask to change format. But this is what they need. They know they can't do 2.5 hours with Joe Rogan. Los?
The Rogan podcast started out of a bedroom in his house. And that's where you went. You went to his house. Now it's you go up to the mothership in Austin. It's you go to his comedy club. Here's the studio. It's what it is. To the idea that you have somebody who says, we have to come to me, and oh, by the way, it's just an hour.
Yeah, these are my terms that I'm laying out for you.
That goes against the very spirit of what the Joe Rogan podcast is. When those podcasts go for an hour and a half, it's because it's not going well. Like, if you go and listen to or look at any of the ones he's done probably in the past 4 or 5 years, if it's short, it's because the person was bad.
Okay, well, and think about this, too. They say it's an hour. Let's say Joe Rogan were to accept. What makes you think that it's not going to be like Brett Baer, where they were circling like vultures, giving you the rap because she is struggling so badly? That's what's going to happen in this situation, too.
Yeah, and then I assume that, and obviously I'm just making assumptions here, but I would assume that they will say, hey, this is what we could talk about, this is what we can't talk about. If you don't want to do the podcast the way it's meant to be or the way it has been for as many years as it's been going on, the reason that Spotify spent $100 million to get the Joe Rogan experience, then you don't deserve to be there. She wants to play games. She wants to control. This is just another aspect of her narcissistic attitude towards controlling a situation where she can make herself look better. I say walk, man. Walk, Joe. Everybody respects what you've done. I thought that was one of the best interviews with Donald Trump. I thought it was fair. I thought he was a little tough. And I thought it was a good interview. And I expect the same. And if she can't stand for that, too bad.
Tug, imagine if your son went out on the ball field, tomorrow or today for practice and suddenly said, I get 4 strikes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What do you mean you get 4 strikes? It's not how it... No. I get 4 strikes. Everybody else is 3. I get 4. Everyone would be waving their hands going, this is ridiculous. That is what Kamala Harris is basically asking for.
That's a great example.
Kamala Harris is trying to change up the very spirit of the Joe Rogan experience in order to fit what she's capable of. That's the issue here. It's not about whether or not Joe would be too critical or he'd ask too. It's that you're asking this person who does the show a certain way to not do the show a certain way for you.
It's interesting that you bring that up because I told you I was reading the comments and 2 of them go right in line with what you just said. This dude, it's at Trump Texicans. And it says, to be fair, Trump was busy. He flew to Austin, stayed 3 hours. Kamala's playing games. You need her, or she needs you, not the other way around. And then the next one, don't give her another square inch. And this is Real RP in NYC. Don't give her a square inch. She doesn't deserve it. She wants equity. You should give her equality, which is to your point. The equal thing is you get 3 strikes. The equity thing would be like, well, he's not as tall as everybody else. We're going to give him a 4th.
Yeah, but at the same time, right, equity is all about bringing it down to her level so she could succeed. So that's the kind of equity she's looking for, is bring it down to my level, because I can't compete with Donald Trump on a 3-hour podcast. I can't actually formulate any kind of thought or response without just distracting or talking in a circle. So bring it down to my level. That's what she's asking for.
When Jamel Hill, the race baiter herself, former ESPN, a person that was out there, when she was tweeting out over the weekend how, Kamala Harris is held to a different set of unfair standards. No, baby girl. She's never been held to standards.
Any standard.
Any standard.
And you can tell. It's showing up.
And that's how we all got here. All right. Well, you're on the precipice of a huge ass kicking in this election because this woman has never been held to standards. To think that she's telling the most the person who gets more podcast listens than anybody else in the world that you have to change the entirety of his show for you. It's because you don't know how to live up to standards.
Ladies and gentlemen, get out your pencils and your papers. Make sure you have some scratch pads so you can take notes, because Story Time with Front Office Los is brought to you by Atlanta Ramjack, your local foundation repair experts. AtlantaRamjack.com.
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
Thank you, Ramjack, and thank you, Rhino, and thank you, Tug, and thank you, Captain Joe Virgin River. I wanted to bring this up, and what this is how do you get your butt kicked in an election? Well, I think part of what happens is when you look over the course of history, when your stances on the issues are so far out of whack that the rest of America goes, ugh, I don't know about that. And let me give an example. If you go back to the 2000 election, you can look, and we're talking, it went to the Supreme Court. I mean, both men had a chance between Al Gore and George Bush. And what were they running on? Had to go back and find all this data and pick up all this information. George Bush was running on making health care more affordable, tax cuts, attacking pork barrel spending, and cleaning up the federal government as the country's largest pollutioner. Okay, like they're a huge polluter. That's what he was talking about. Well, Al Gore, what was he talking about? He was talking about physical discipline. He was talking about protecting Social Security. He was talking about getting internet into as many classrooms in the school as possible. Now, I ask you guys this. Does anyone from those two platforms, does any of that sound crazy to you?
No, not at all.
No, that's kind of where it goes. It's like that's what it was. Let me give you 2008. Barack Obama, when he ran, he had several key things that he was promising. He was looking to close Guantanamo Bay, end that entire process of we're going to detain people and torture them for information. He wanted to create a national health care exchange. He wanted to reduce earmarks. He wanted to repeal Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Maybe the silliest thing he ran on was he wanted to phase out the incandescent light bulb.
Yeah.
He also wanted to, and in this case, Rhino, goes to your heart, he wanted to create a taxpayer credit for fuel-efficient vehicles, hybrids.
Yep.
Does anything in 2008 sound crazy?
No.
Well, maybe the healthcare exchange, because I knew I had
Yeah.
no doubt.
I mean,
but
we
overall,
know where that was going.
Yeah, but overall, yes, I follow your logic.
All right, 2016, Donald Trump, build a border wall, raise tariffs on imported goods, slash federal regulations, ensure funding for HBCUs, cancel the Paris Climate Accords, make no cuts to Social Security, by the way, and increase veteran health care spending. Does any of that sound crazy, gentlemen?
Not at all.
Man, for all of it.
All right. So now I fast forward you to 2024. Page 1 of the Democrat platform reads, the Democrat National Committee wishes to acknowledge that we gather together to state our values on lands that have been stewarded through many centuries by ancestors and descendants of tribal nations who have been since time immemorial. We honor the communities and natives to this continent and recognize that our country was built on their indigenous lands. Basically, we stole your lands. Mm-hmm. That's how they started.
The kind way of putting it. Yeah.
But again, that was for a backup for the apology and the fake pander to that group.
So then, as you go through this platform, for instance, obviously FEMA spending for illegals. We've been dealing with that. Social Security for illegals. That has been a problem. An open border that they just decided we're going to close it. Now, here's the fun part about it. When the Democrat platform gets into the emergency authorization of shutting down the border, it says, quote, this is from their own platform, when the system is overwhelmed, the president should have emergency authority to expel migrants who are crossing unlawfully and stop processing asylum claims, except for those using a safe and orderly process at the ports of entry. You already had that power.
Yeah.
Okay? As they go on to when they talk about the LGBTQI plus community, how many more letters can you put in that alphabet soup?
It's a bunch.
Trump is running on an extreme plan to punish doctors who treat transgender youth and to ban gender-affirming care, and his MAGA Republican allies have pushed a tidal wave of extreme anti-LGBTQI plus bills in state houses across the country. This is the party of insane people. Now, we went through what people were running on, Democrats, what they were running on in 2000 and 2008. We went on what Trump was running on in 2016, and we can all agree, even when it was whether it's Al Gore or it was Barack Obama, none of it seemed all that crazy. This is crazy. And I think this is the recipe for disaster for them.
Yeah, and you're seeing it unfold right in front of your eyes. And you're seeing all of the groups that are supposed to be offended and being marginalized actually shifting over and starting to vote for Donald Trump. I mean, right now it's a small portion of it, but that number continues to grow.
Yeah, my look, the reality of it is, I mean, you explained that so well, Carlos. Yeah, I think it's crazy to do any kind of surgery on a child because you decide as a parent that your handbag needs to be readjusted and fixed. I think it's weird to have a bus out front to kill babies and to push for that when you know 75% of the women in this country will never even think about having an abortion. I feel weird when you say you're talking about all of America, but then saying, well, we're going to give loans to just this group and not that group, and these people are bad and not these people. I don't understand any of their platform because, number one, they can't even explain their own issues. But number two, none of it really actually relates to most of Americans.
This is not foreign. Tim Walz said this very much just even in the last month. He talked about how free speech does not apply to misinformation. Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
All speech is supposed to be protected. That is what they're and also the idea of price fixing in the private market. These are areas where regular Americans, if they know their history or if they just know those dog whistles of going, that sounds pretty communist in nature. It's because it is communist in nature. And I'm telling you, you can go back through the last 25 years. You will not find a platform as insane from anybody as this one is this year.
No doubt about it, man. And you're seeing, just like we were talking about a minute ago, Trump picking up steam in places that he's never picked up steam before. New York City. No, I don't think there's any other Republican that could have pulled that off. And he did. It's crazy to see where the Democrats are and what their attacks are. Because if you take that away, they have nothing else. There's nothing else to run on. That's why you'll continue to hear this for the next 7 days for sure.
They attacked our police. And now they're mad that the police won't support them. These dummies.
Bunch of crazies. When we continue, self-deprecation is when you make fun of yourself, unless you're Al Sharpton, and then it's something else completely different. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
So we're sitting around playing Parcheesi last night, and the Queen looks at me and says, why doesn't the media inform people that this country is not a democracy? And that started a conversation. You're right, honey, as always. When the hyena tells us that the rich need to pay their fair share, why doesn't the media then report that actually the top 1% of income earners pay 52% of all income taxes? And every time they talk about the right to vote, why doesn't the media tell us that the Supreme Court has ruled there is no constitutional right to vote in a presidential election? So many other minor things, too. Surely you can think of some examples yourself, and you probably already know the answer.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Good morning, it's Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Echo. Just say it with me. Echo. Echo.
Echo.
There we go. All right. Echo generators. Storm season. Hey, we've already dealt with some stuff in South Georgia. We know we got the winter months that are coming up. Things get a little crazy around here. Well, make sure that you're ready with an Echo generator, and you get that over at Howard Brothers. They're reliable power when you need it, especially if you're talking about, I get it. Like if you just want to make sure I keep all of my, I want to make sure my refrigerator, stays powered. And I want to make sure I keep everything cold. My meat doesn't spoil. Okay, I get that. But maybe you're also somebody who deals with some medical issues, and you want to make sure that that equipment stays powered. That's where that Echo generator comes into play. What do? You go into Howard Brothers, and you let them know, here's what I'm looking to power, here's how long I'm looking to do it. Put me with the right Echo product, and they can do that for you from there. Again, storm season, we got winter coming up. You know how things get a little bit wild. Make sure you're prepared with an Echo generator. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Echo and with Howard Brothers.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Have you thought about securing your hard-earned assets? Do you have concerns about the future? Protecting assets is crucial, and that's where Nelson Elder Care Law excels. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we provide absolute assurance and peace of mind through our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust, tailored services in estate planning, probate administration, Medicaid crisis solutions, guardianship, and conservatorship. Our goal is to exceed your expectations and empower informed decisions. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com for asset protection and peace of mind.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to The Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Xtra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth if they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans Automatic, 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. 404-263-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com. Hey, it's a Kimmer. Let me ask a question. Are you self-employed, self-insured, maybe a small business owner? For those of us who are healthy right now, what happens when you get chronically ill? Could be fine, but that could wipe you out. You think Obamacare is going to help you figure this stuff out? Good luck getting somebody to answer the phone. Well, I got a guy. Steven, the health insurance doctor, has a better solution. It's the non-Obamacare health plan. These plans are available year-round, open enrollment periods, $0 deductibles, no co-payments when you see your doctor. You have the power of a nationwide PPO, whatever that is, to see any doctor, any hospital. The health insurance doctor's clients saving up to 60% over Obamacare, many saving up to $10,000 a year in premiums. The health insurance doctor's been serving Metro Atlanta for decades. Stephen has thousands of satisfied clients. Stephen, the health insurance doctor, will personally answer your call, always help you, and it's free, no cost to you. You don't have to pay him. The health insurance doctor, 678-523-0759. 678-523-0759. On the web, healthinsurancedoctor.net.
The Xtra 106.3 app is your live connection to the station, streaming free across Georgia. But it's also loaded with all our original shows and podcasts. Listen to exclusive shows from Janelle King, Ben Burnett, and so many more. Grab the Xtra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
One of the funniest things that a comedian can do is be self-deprecating when they make fun of themselves. You know, and Trump has pretty good comedic timing. Joe Rogan brought that up in the podcast that they did together over the weekend. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3. But self-deprecation, that's something that Al Sharpton, Los, cannot put up with.
No, and I love this piece of audio. I want you to take a listen to this as you're going to hear Al Sharpton. He's on MSNBC getting all worked up about, Donald Trump bringing up how white he is and talking about how much he loves his white skin. And then you're going to hear the actual clip of Donald Trump making fun of himself at a campaign stop. Take a listen to the way that Al Sharpton made it sound and then how it actually sounded.
He said, I could be laying out in the beach with my white skin getting tanned. I mean, this is Donald Trump's mouth saying this. So I said to those on the fence, this is not a real racial signal. My pretty, white, beautiful, white skin. Yeah. Donald Trump said this last night at his homecoming.
The greatest resorts in the world. I could have been extremely happy. I could have had those beautiful waves smack me in the face. I could have had the beautiful suntan. This white skin could have been tan and beautiful.
Right, because he's pale and he's making fun of himself being pale.
Oh, boy, does that hurt them, huh?
Yeah. And that's how Al Sharpton likes to spin it.
Well, but that's what Kamala Harris has done. That's the message they have. They have to go on the attack. They have to call.
They have to create this lie that the boogeyman, the racist boogeyman. This is nothing new for Al Sharpton. He took the whole Central Park 5 story, changed the actual idea of what actually happened. He put words into an article that if you read, you can realize that nothing was ever said, which is why this is a complete farce by, number one, of course, Al Sharpton. Jesse Jackson jumped on board, and the rest of the Democrats. They have to make this stuff up.
When they come up with an issue, when they come up with a policy that is successful, and I'll wait for it because they've still got a few months to get it done, maybe before the presidency changes in January, and whichever one wins, hopefully that's Donald Trump. But they have to come up with a policy that makes sense, and they've not done that. So what do you do when you are failing miserably? And everybody knows it. You have to create something.
I love you use the word boogeyman because that's the way they're treating it. They're making, we had somebody on The View, and I don't even understand why the FCC just doesn't take them down for misinformation at this point. You'd think it'd be regulated by them, the Democrat run. Yeah. But when you sit there and say that Donald Trump is going to separate families that live here, including legal citizens, and then remarry the wives or remarry the husbands.
You're talking about the interracial thing?
The interracial thing. Like, these are all lies to create the boogeyman, the racist, that they know better. And, I find it really funny that he brought up the whole Whoopi Goldberg clapped and hugged me and everything, and then all of a sudden now
bring it up.
Yeah, bringing it up on Rogan and all of them bringing it up. Well, that is exactly how they change. They just go with whatever their masters tell them to say, and these puppet masters that keep pulling the strings, that's the scary part.
78% positive coverage in the mainstream media for Kamala Harris, 87% negative media coverage for Donald Trump.
Wait, her number went down?
Yeah.
I thought she was at 98%. Yeah. Boy, they must be getting tired of her.
They got critical all of a sudden?
All of a sudden. Maybe it's the Bezos thing, Maybe they're incorporating that one already. But that was just the thing that I just saw on Fox News Channel. They said the media coverage has been 78% positive and 86% positive for Kamala, 86% negative for Donald Trump. Still overwhelming. Even if it went down 12 points from 90 to 78, it's still overwhelmingly glowing positive and overwhelmingly, detrimental to Donald Trump. Or is it detrimental? I don't know. I don't know that anybody's paying attention.
Well, they're trying
to the mainstream media, though. They're definitely trying.
Look, they're doing their best to create this narrative of a racist that's going to take over. And when you look back at the record, all it takes is going back to see what he's done for every single American. And if you want, because the Democrats love to break everybody into groups and say, these are black journalists, these are black entrepreneurs, these are black voters, then we can break it down in that regard as well. And then you can realize, look what he did for the black community when it came to bringing home more money in their checks, having the ability to buy a home and live the American dream, how many record numbers he sent in that community for job growth. These are the kind of things that people need to look at instead of listening to these race baiters.
I don't know that they'll ever stop, especially the people that watch those media outlets, right? My Aunt Peg, she's not going to stop. She's not changing her tune. She's going to sing this, and as soon as Donald Trump wins, God help us, and Jesus, let that be the case. As soon as that happens, then it's just going to be pile on more and more after they get violent. And then she blames us for them getting violent. Then it'll go back to he's Hitler and he's the worst ever and he's going to break up interracial marriages and just all this crazy, crazy nonsense. It's spaghetti, Los. They just throw it and see what sticks. And if anything has even the slightest stick to it, they pounce on it.
Do you ever think about just kind of being around Aunt Peg and just kind of giving her a look, and then you reach down, you open up your beer, you pour yourself a little bourbon, you just say, go sound crazy somewhere else.
Yes, it's crossed my mind so many times. Instead of saying that to her, I just excuse myself. That way, it doesn't cause an issue with the rest of the family, put them in an awkward spot, because that's the last thing you want to do.
It's not your problem. It's hers.
I know. No, that's correct. But I would just rather not make the other part of the family, the rest of the family, be uncomfortable because she's a bonehead, or a knucklehead, as Tim Walls would say. Because I used to call my son a knucklehead. Like, I'm going to quit calling him that. I can't call him that
and then
anymore.
you meant real knuckleheadism?
Yes. Like, I always said it jokingly because it's such a bonehead thing. When you say somebody's a knucklehead, that just means they're a doofus, right? You know that. And so I always said it lovingly. It was like just some word I used. And then Tim Walls started, I'm never calling my kid a knucklehead again, ever, because he's not anything like that. He's way smarter than those clowns.
I'm just glad that you've now realized what true knuckleheadism is.
That's right, absolutely. And look, and what Dr. Carson said, too.
Yeah.
I have the utmost respect for him. I asked him specifically about politics in the pulpit, and he said, look, I don't have a problem with it. And he is one of the most faithful men I've ever seen in my whole life. He lives his faith. He is the example that I want to, obviously Christ is the example that I want to live after. But if there is a humanly version of a person that I think gets it right, it's Dr. Carson. So,
yep, I agree.
I'm no longer, it's going to take some time to work through. Y'all have to
work on it.
Y'all have to help me get broken in a little bit, because it's not my natural inclination. But I certainly appreciate it.
Hey, listen, look, you're at least willing to take something in and listen to someone, and maybe,
always, always
good.
Open. Always open to discussion, but you got to make sense. And most of the time, the argument doesn't make sense. That'll do it for us. We're glad that you're here on Extra 106.3. We ask that you support the advertisers in the morning show and the afternoon show that share your values. There's a reason that they're advertising on this station. They share your values. So if you need their product, don't buy anything you don't need, but if you need their product, go to them first. For Los and Rhino and Board Up Goey Virgin River, my name is Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear? The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
The only country in the world that had the ability to destroy the rest of the world and take it over and didn't do it.
We stopped the war, saved the planet, and then said, go live, you Germans can have Germany, Russia can have Russia. I mean, we didn't take their land. We could have taken them all.
We'd assaulted the earth.
In fact,
they never rise again.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.